worlds. It's such a personal game that requires so much creative vision that Minecraft worlds feel like a projection of the self. An unfettered snapshot of someone's life immortalized in virtual blocks. Okay, maybe it doesn't go quite that deep, but you get the idea. Some of these maps I spent hundreds of hours strip mining, fishing, growing crops, building, decorating. It might as well have been my second home for a few months. Without fail, after enough time had passed, those worlds would be left abandoned. Maybe I got bored of it and I wanted to start fresh. Maybe my life got busy and I just forgot about it. And when I dig up those old worlds, I'll always be left wondering what could have been. Where was I in my life back then? What was my headspace like? Maybe we'll find out by taking a look at some of my abandoned Minecraft worlds. At some point in 2010, I played Minecraft for the very first time. Now, this was before Minecraft greatly bloomed in scope and became the most successful video game of all time. This was old school, golden age Minecraft. It was before beta, it was before alpha. We're talking Minecraft Classic, version 0.30 if my memory is correct. Despite it being such a primitive game at the time, it didn't stop dedicated Minecrafters from making some pretty incredible stuff. But I was 11 years old, so the first thing I built was likely nothing more than a box made out of bricks to vaguely resemble a house. So cozy. Because I only played on multiplayer servers on Minecraft Classic, I'm certain that none of my builds from the time were archived, and even if they were, it's not like I'd remember the names of any of the servers I played on. The earliest record I have of me playing Minecraft was actually from a year later in 2011. Minecraft Beta had started to make the rounds, but because I was a 12-year-old with no purchasing power, I had to pirate the game using a sketchy link from a YouTube video. It was Beta 1.6.6, and it rightfully shamed me for using an unlicensed copy. This is Evan's Hotel, the first map I ever made in Minecraft Beta. The actual map file is long gone, but I've somehow managed to for the past 14 years. Now, considering that this is my first time playing Minecraft Beta, you might have some alarm bells going off by the fact that Evan's Hotel has a diamond block door frame. Now, here's the thing. I had come straight from Minecraft Classic to Minecraft Beta. Minecraft, to me, was a sandbox game about building with blocks. And you're telling me that I updated my game, my resources were suddenly limited, I have a health bar, and there are monsters that chase me around? Last I knew, there was world peace, all the blocks were free, and the only other entities were other people on the same multiplayer server as me. I was thrown right into the survival game mode, kicking and screaming the whole way. I just wanted to build stuff. Just play creative mode. It didn't exist yet. Creative mode released 4 months later with beta 1.8. So I went on YouTube and followed a tutorial to install the Too Many Items mod, which would give me unlimited resources in a gigantic list next to my inventory. So yes, my first time playing Minecraft Beta was on a cracked version of the game with a cheat mod installed. And you know what? It was awesome. Anyway, let's take a look at this Minecraft map and see what I ended up building. So there's the door leading to the outside with snow on the ground. Very nice. Also, the iron block flooring. Oh my god, it's so obvious I was cheating. Once again, mobs were new to me, so I wrote these signs. They say, for customer satisfaction, our glass ceiling helps us know when tarantulas are climbing around up there. And as soon as the sun comes up, we go outside and kill them. And then comedically looks up to show the spider on the glass ceiling. I guess I was trying to do some kind of like roleplay scenario where the player was like visiting the hotel and I had to give like a reason as to why there were giant spiders on the roof aside from it being Minecraft. At the time that I made this video, I was playing this game on my mom's HP netbook. The game probably ran about as well as this video makes it look like it did. Also, I thought it was funny that cactuses actually would hurt you if you jumped into them. There's a dedicated cake area over here, I guess because I thought it was cute that you could right click to eat some. I like the pressure plate on the counter, vaguely implying a sink. And the chest on the left, I explained, is an ice box. Use this as a refrigerator. Ours is broken. Like, how do I build a refrigerator in Minecraft? And you open it and there's just a bunch of random food items. Also, you can clearly see my Too Many Items mod right there. Why is there bone meal in the chest? That's not food. I love the effort put into making the little couch and a TV. It's very creative. I'll sit right here, so relaxing, bonking my head on the ceiling next to the torches. I like that I'm trying to sell this as a hotel, but there's just 4 beds in a giant room. And of course, next up is the basement. Head down the stairs and reveal just entirely dirt walls and floor. I guess I didn't want to replace them. Maybe I thought it'd be too much work. Oh my god, what is that? I didn't know how to build a nether portal, so I just spawned in some of the nether portal entities and just placed them there. But yeah, apparently that's not that interesting. So let's just turn right around and take a look at some of these chests. We've got Halloween decorations, of course. We got pretty rocks. Yeah, we got pumpkins, spiderwebs, eggs, of course. And in pretty rocks, there are just a bunch of ore blocks that you can't collect legitimately in this version of the game. And then there's a recursion joke, the chests being inside of a chest that's labeled chests. And then and walking into the nether portal, demonstrating that it does indeed go to the nether, walking around for a minute and then going back. But yeah, that's the entirety of Evan's Hotel. It is fascinating to revisit the headspace that I was in at the time, where Minecraft literacy was just not built into me. Before we go to the next world, it's ad time. This video is sponsored by FlexiSpot, more specifically the E7 Pro standing desk and the auto incline walking treadmill. A walking desk has been something I've wanted for a long time. I have ADHD and I would love the opportunity to work at my desk while essentially using a full body fidget spinner. And with how premium the E7 Pro is, I can't imagine a more elegant solution. I'm literally writing this script right now while walking on the treadmill. The benefits to a standing or walking desk setup should be self-explanatory. It accommodates people of different heights, no back pain, no squeaking chair, and it encourages movement throughout the day. You'd think the desk would have a noticeable amount of wobble, but I actually didn't notice any. Surprisingly, it's more stable than regular desks I've had in the past. It feels so futuristic, being able to impulsively convert my desk from a walking one to a seated one. It takes less than a minute to unplug the treadmill, roll it out of the way, and replace it with a chair, while the E7 Pro changes to my seated height preset automatically. The stability and load capacity makes my previous desk feel archaic by comparison. Like I can literally sit on this thing while it's rising. I didn't expect that to be possible. As for the treadmill, it has a built-in Bluetooth speaker, it has 9-level incline adjustment, it can hold up to 275 pounds, and it has a 2-year warranty. I've only had it for a few days so far, and it has already changed the way I think about my home office. I didn't miss my chance to upgrade, and you shouldn't either, so check out the E7 Pro and the auto incline treadmill on flexispot.com. They have all kinds of standing desks and ergonomic chairs to take a look at as well. For example, if you're on a budget, the E7 might be a good pick. Use the code YTE7P50 at checkout to get $50 off your order. Thanks for helping support the channel, and thanks again to FlexiSpot for sponsoring this video. I also have another video of a map and I made it in Minecraft Beta 1.8.1. By this point, I actually was able to get my own Minecraft account and play the game legitimately. But I love that creative mode existed, and I was just choosing not to use it, probably in favor of too many items again. This map really isn't anything spectacular. It's just a really, really long roller coaster made with minecarts and powered rails. But there's a part of this map that definitely shows its age, and it is right about here. It shows for like 1 frame, but I've freezed on that frame. I can think of nothing more 2011 than this exact screenshot right here. That is a stark reminder that at this point in my life, there were few things I was obsessed with. My hyperfixations from the time were Team Fortress 2, Minecraft, My Little Pony, and Yamcat. We have another very 2011 sentiment coming up right there. Totally awesome cave. Yeah, for those that weren't around during this time, this was the era of like forums and like rage comics. Rebecca Black Friday was a huge meme. That guy that sang that was a big thing. And you might be asking like, okay, what does all that pop culture stuff have to do with what we're looking at right now? I'll tell you. It's because I made this Minecraft map specifically to cater to the YouTube algorithm at that time. This was me trying to get in on the ground floor of the Minecraft YouTube video thing. I was thinking, if I make a crazy elaborate roller coaster in Minecraft and get a video of it, it's gonna go friggin' viral. And yeah, shockingly, it didn't go viral because this is stupid and boring. But 12-year-old me thought this was peak enough to upload. And by the way, this was before the Minecraft video thing became like way oversaturated. This was me trying to be really inventive. Like there's this part where you go way up into the sky and I tried to make it look like you were on a cloud made out of wool. That was my way of trying to stand out at that time. The irony is when I uploaded this video in 2011, it probably got like 19 views. Now it's valuable just because it's authentically vintage. Like this is old internet content right here. It has aged like a fine wine, I'll tell you. Not just because of the content of the map itself, but also who I was and the time period that I was in. What my motive was for making it, what the internet was like at the time, what Minecraft videos were like at the time. Okay, we're finally at the end of the roller coaster here. There are 2 signs. It says, this is the end of the ride, please exit to the left. I remember being really proud of that little arrow that I made in the text on the sign. And then I jump into the ocean dramatically and then the video ends. So there's a pretty big gap where I don't have much of my Minecraft stuff archived. The next set of maps that I have are from 6 years later in 2017 when Minecraft released for the Nintendo Switch. And all of them were preserved in the most recent version of Minecraft Bedrock using the Sync Old Worlds option in the storage settings. Milkshake Planet, the Pizza Factory, Nacho Paradise, the Nintendo Treehouse, Land of Sheep and Cake, and Mermaid Kid Pie. I love that just from the names of these worlds, you can tell how much Homestar Runner I watched as a kid. It's the same surreal sense of humor I have now. I'm pretty sure these aren't in order by date or anything, but let's look at these worlds in whatever order they're in from the old worlds menu, starting with Milkshake Planet. Milkshake Planet features a giant cleared chasm of smooth stone with all 4 of the furnaces smelting cobblestone into smooth stone. Maybe I thought it would look nice to build a house in like a cleared mountain like this, but maybe once I stepped back and looked at it and realized it just kind of looks really bad, I must have given up and done something else, because I didn't get very far in this world. There's no farm, there's no mine, there's no anything aside from this cleared chasm and the furnaces. That's literally it. Well, so much for Milkshake Planet. The pizza factory has some resources, crafting table, furnace, and a farm outside of this weird stone structure. I'm not sure if I built the stone structure or if it's some kind of thing that spawns naturally in deserts, but there's nothing inside of it aside from a single rose on a dirt patch. Once again, I don't know if I put that there or if it spawned there. I probably should be playing on peaceful because there's like a million monsters outside of this little structure. By the way, I think when Minecraft updates maps to run in the most recent version of the game, I think it breaks chests and signs, because this was a double wide chest that has been split into 2 single chests, which I don't know if that's possible in the modern version of the game. As for signs, when you update the map, they just become blank. I'll show you that later. But yeah, that was the pizza factory. Moving on. Nacho Paradise has a gorgeous wood gradient to all the walls lit with glowstone. Oh, hello, 5 dogs. They are all seated so patiently. I love each and every one of them. But yeah, here's that bug I was talking about earlier where it splits all the double chests into 2 single chests, and also the sign that's on that chest is blank inexplicably. It's clear that this was the world that I put the most effort into, so it's a shame that the signs just weren't preserved. Based on the contents of these chests, I put at least like 100 hours into this. No question about it. Behind this door, there's a nether room. I always like to make a nether room because it prevents the piglin zombies from getting into your house. Upstairs, there's a storage room and a bed. I assume I was in the process of migrating all of my chest stuff up here from the bottom floor, but it seems that I never finished it. The signs would have shown what's in each chest, but unfortunately those were all wiped. There's also a maxed out enchantment table here with all the bookshelves. It looks really nice with the wool floor there. Outside, there's horses, donkeys, cows, chickens, as well as pumpkins, watermelons. There's an extremely extensive farm out here. There's potatoes, carrots, we've got wheat, there's cactuses as well. This walkway is really nice to look at because of all the farm stuff. There's also a sugarcane farm out front, as well as a farm for exotic trees. There was also this weird gadget here, and I have no idea what this is. It's got a dropper, it's got a crafting table, there's a lever there, and when you pull the lever, nothing happens. I don't know what this is. I don't know what I was trying to build, but the sheep seems very, very interested in it, so maybe it knows something that I don't. The house placement is great. It's right next to this gorgeous ravine with tons and tons of resources in it. The House of Nacho Paradise is absolutely beautiful. I'm very, very impressed that I managed to put this much time into this map. There's a couple things I left unfinished, like the stairs overhang on the left there, and also the upstairs area. Like that storage was never finished. But with the way that the house is built, like with the 5 different kinds of wood, it looks really pretty. I'm so happy with it. As for the mines, there are several. Here's the first one. I strip mined extensively in these. Like they go way, 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 way deep into the earth, which makes a lot of sense considering just how many valuable resources I had collected in this world. But it's weird to see the visual proof that I had clearly spent at minimum 100 hours in this world. Like I dug out this entire tunnel. And I did that like 20 times. And it wasn't even on a server, it was single player. I just did this for my own pleasure. I'm gonna be on my deathbed and I'll have this on my resume. Yeah, I played like the 8,000 hours in Minecraft and I did this. I just dug straight lines in a cave for hours and hours and hours. For as proud of this world as I am, I don't remember making it. I don't remember what my life was like when I made it. I don't remember actually doing it. I don't remember any of it. I probably did like 90% of this while I was very, very, very depressed and I just had a podcast in, and so I was just on full autopilot. But ultimately, this is the dark underbelly of abandoned Minecraft worlds, where it's like, I feel guilty for abandoning this. I was abandoning all of the time that I spent creating it, and for what? But then you start asking, like, why did I even do it in the first place? Why do I even play video games? I have an answer for you. Spending hundreds of hours building a cool house in Minecraft is the entire point. Completely unironically, coming home from a 9-to-5 job and then sitting on the computer and playing video games until the sun comes up is what life is all about. This next map is the Nintendo Treehouse, and it is right away exactly what it says on the tin. It is a a gigantic tree with a gigantic house surrounding it. Oh, excuse me, horsey, didn't mean to bump into you there. The most literal interpretation of a tree house. So right away, there's a bunch of storage chests. None of them are sorted. They're all just miscellaneous. Usually maps that are a little younger, I wouldn't have sorted all my stuff yet. Whole bunch of furnaces on the right. Based on the fact that I had a lot of snow in my chests, I'm assuming that this structure here was to hold captive a snowman so that I could grind its snow. But yeah, heading upstairs. Oh my god, there are so many dogs here. There's so many. There's like, I counted 14. I think that's right. And right in the middle of everything, we have the tree itself, and you can actually go up in there. There's another floor up inside of the tree. There's nothing actually up there because what would I put up there aside from some torches to make sure mobs don't spawn in there? I assume this was an animal pen and then they were transferred over to the next door building. There's still a chicken trapped in here. Speaking of the outside, we have a basic wheat farm that also has watermelon and pumpkins. And then there's this structure here made entirely out of snow, and this is the barn. There are cows, chicken, and sheep in here, and the sheep are starving. There's no grass in there. There's a very simple mine shaft and some strip mines, which, as you all know, I apparently love to do. But yeah, this world was really pretty. I like the transparent glass look so that you can see the tree from all angles. It's really neat. And the barn being made entirely out of snow that I grinded from a snowman is really efficient. So the next map is the Land of Sheep and Cake, which is yet another instance of it being exactly what it says on the tin. There's cake everywhere. There's a house that's made entirely out of wool and glass panes, and there's a farm that's directly attached to it with like a million sheep of all different colors in there. There's also some cows and chickens, a basic farm of wheat, pumpkins, and watermelon, a whole bunch of sugarcane, and over here we have just a bunch of watermelons shielding this giant cave opening. I like the pattern that you can notice here of me collecting a ton of a very esoteric and specific block and just using it in excess. This natural cave opening is really pretty, and you can see that it's decorated with torches as it has been fully explored, and of course I made a strip mine into it. As for the house, there's a tripwire at the door with no actual wire. Immediately at the entrance there's a chest with food in it, and also there's just cake everywhere. There's cake on the bed, there's cake on the watermelon table, there's cake on the furnace, cake on the floor, there's cake on the dang bookshelves. These right here are literal cake stairs. You have to step on the cakes to go up to the second floor, which is just more cake. I don't know why I thought I needed this much cake when I can just look in the mirror. There's a structure over here made out of orange wool and pumpkins, and it's just a fishing hole. I also don't know how the horse got in there. But yeah, there's just fishing poles and fish in here. I assume these were creeper blasts that I repurposed into a little fishing hole. Yeah, this map was really cozy and really silly, and it was a pleasure to revisit. And finally, there's Mermaid Pie, which is just me exploring a gigantic woodland mansion. So for context, I didn't build any of this. This is a naturally occurring structure. I couldn't figure out how to get out, so I just broke a window and then jumped out. Like, it feels big from the inside, and then you look at the outside and you're like, oh my god. This thing's massive. So I walked around the entire circumference of the building trying to find any sort of base. And sure enough, right by the entrance was a little base. It's a really simple house with a... That creeper helped me find the entrance. Anyway, yeah, just furnaces, crafting table, anvil, and then storage chests that are not sorted. I assume I spawned near this woodland mansion, and I just dedicated this entire world to just exploring it because it's so massive, which is cool, but also it kind of makes it not that interesting to revisit, so I think we're just going to call it on this one. So I have 2 more maps from 2018, so a year later. I got back into the game because they had just released crossplay between PC and Switch, and that's really cool. But when I tried to open those maps on my Nintendo Switch, they would just crash my game. It would be loading the map, and then the game would just completely lock up, and you'd have to force close it. At some point between 2018 and now, one of the many hundreds of updates that has released to Minecraft since then has broken these maps, and they're just unplayable. Now, this Switch in particular is one that I've had since launch. I got it in 2017, I waited in line at GameStop, and I got it day 0. Although I could have modded it because it was a launch model, I never have. This one has remained completely legit since launch. I had another Switch that I would do all my modding stuff on, and that one's banned and it can't go online and all that stuff. But because those maps wouldn't load, I decided to take matters into my own hands. I loaded up Atmosphere on my legit Switch that has never seen mods a day in its life. I dumped all my save data to the SD card and then removed all the mods from it so it could go back to being legit. I took that save data and I plugged it right into Minecraft Bedrock on PC, and the same exact crash happened. And so that means it's a problem with the actual world itself and not just a random crash. I'm gonna run an older version of Minecraft Bedrock and see if it'll load this map. But Microsoft doesn't just let you run whatever Minecraft version you want like Mojang does with the Java version. You are only allowed to run the latest version and the experimental version. That is it. So I tried to use Bedrock Launcher, which is a fan-made tool that supposedly would allow you to run older versions of Bedrock, but when I would try to do that, it would get all the way through the install process and then the game would just never open. I tried it on 2 different computers and neither of them worked. I have no idea what I'm doing wrong. So my next option was, I have a modded Switch. I can just install a really old update file for Minecraft Bedrock for Switch. So I had to download a really old torrent of the game from 2018 that had the update file that I needed. It is unbelievable that I have to resort to torrenting a game that I own in order to diagnose why it's crashing. The game shouldn't be crashing in the first place, but this whole situation could have been avoided if Microsoft just let you select what version of Bedrock you wanted to play. Java had that feature 12 years ago! So I loaded the save file on my Switch and I installed the stupid NSP files and it worked perfectly. Both worlds loaded up with no problems. Now that this is working, let's take a look at 10,000 FPS under the sea. The base is a half-finished looking log and glass pane thing. It's like a half circle. I don't know why it's shaped like this. There's no floor, there's no ceiling. There's just this. You got the standard storage chests with signs that are actually working this time, some furnaces with coal already in them, and then you have round 2 of storage chests. And that is literally the entirety of the base. The rest of it's just empty. There's a shallow ravine out front, looks nice. There's a lovely birch bridge with a clustered tree farm that looks just frankly terrible. There's a gigantic sheep pen with a dedicated wool chest, a whole bunch of chickens, and a whole bunch of cows. And this is where all the fans of Minecraft Bedrock Edition live. Basic farm, we've got pumpkins, cactus, wheat, and yeah, more wheat. I looked around to try and find like a mine or anything, but I don't even think there was one. So I think that's actually it for this world. Now, if you're wondering, I did figure out why those maps were crashing on newer versions of the game. It was the texture pack, but not for the reason that you'd think. Faithful 32, the best Minecraft texture pack, the OG, was made available on the marketplace back in 2019. So I purchased it and I applied it to both of these maps. But it turns out the people that uploaded Faithful 32 to the Minecraft marketplace, they weren't the owners of the texture pack. They were just some randos that stole it and then put it up for sale. Ant Venom made a very good video about this situation and I recommend you watch it. Eventually, the rightful owner of the texture pack took it down, and that's why I assume these maps wouldn't load anymore, is because it would do some kind of check on the resource pack to make sure it was valid, but because it was removed from the marketplace, maybe it had like an invalid ID or something. I don't know. But what I do know is I cleared the resource pack.json file for the next map, and that made it not crash anymore, so I could actually show it to you guys. Welcome to Hell Bridge. So dramatic. Because this map's a little newer, all the signs are actually working, which is great. Something to do with the legacy to modern conversion process is what broke them, which this didn't have to go through. But yeah, just your basic organized storage chests all labeled and everything. Looks good. I like how the chests look like they're hovering because of the glass. There's a bed right in the middle, and then there's a wall of furnaces over here. Out front, you've got a farm with pumpkin, watermelon, beetroot, and potatoes, as well as wheat. Very standard. Out back, we have a barn dug into a mountain. On the right, we've got sheep. In the middle, we've got Minecraft Dungeons fans. And on the left here, we've got Minecraft Legends fans. Very nice. I thought this was going to be stairs down to a strip mine, but instead it's stairs down to a ravine, a very pretty and very dense one. It's even directly connected to an abandoned mine shaft. Absolutely amazing. Out front of the house, there's a minecart here on a powered rail with a switch, and it's the grand revival of Minecraft Roller Coaster. It's a minecart that does exactly what you would expect a minecart to do, which is go directly into a mine. Whee! I don't know why I've never done this before. Like, this was always an option. I could have always built this. I just never did. That's like the first time I ever made a minecart be a minecart. This chicken's about to get flattened and he just looks at me right in the eyes like, huh? I'm sorry that I love digging strip mines. I'm sorry. But yeah, if you were wondering, Hell Bridge actually is a bridge. Look at it. Look, it's beautiful. I like that the house is on a bridge. I liked that the barn was dug into a mountain. I liked the minecart thing. That was really cool. Okay, I have one more map and it's from 2021 and it's just called New World. I didn't even bother naming it. Looks like I'm gonna need to get an exterminator because we got a bad case of the puppies on my front lawn. Look at this goofy house. This looks so bad. I just threw all the animals into one pen and cat. I gave it a magenta color. It's perfect. This ugly house has a trapdoor in front of it. Let's take a look. Oh my God, it's a strip mine. I'm going to... At least I had the decency to hide it behind a trapdoor. There's my doorbell. Ha! Get it? It's a bell that's above the door. I didn't have a reason to make the house this small. I just did it. I don't know why. There's a bed, there's some blast furnaces, some regular furnaces, crafting table, a map. To the side, we have a wheat farm. On the second floor, we have just a very claustrophobic storage chest area. And to the right, there's an enchanting table area. There's a completely isolated nether room. Not sure why it's isolated, but it is. There's this weird square of dirt out in the ocean. Let's go see what that is. Oh my god, this is a Seth Bling boat ladder. That's what's up. For those unaware, this used to be, I don't know if it still is, but it used to be the fastest way to ascend. It doesn't actually lead to anything though, so I guess I was just practicing. But yeah, that's all the Minecraft I have to offer you today. Thanks for indulging me and looking at my weird old Minecraft worlds. Now it's time for the meta content. Welcome back to Love Letters featuring you. The P.O. Box address is in the channel's About page. Thank you to Gunyar for the lovely letter. To answer your question, a few years ago, I changed my name from KK Clue to Planet Clue because it's easier to dictate verbally without needing to spell it out. Much love to you. Thank you to James for the lovely letter, a bootleg Famicom Transformers toy, a Love Scope keychain gadget, an MP3 pen, and a zine documenting Pac-Man bootlegs. These are exactly to my taste. You read me like a book, and I wish you the absolute best with your career. Make sure to keep your chin up. Thank you to Eli for the lovely letter and for the Magikarp. If you're looking for a cool Super Nintendo game to try, give Sanrio World Smash Ball a go. Thank you to Corey for this 6-game CD-ROM set for Windows 3.1 and MS-DOS. This is amazing. Thank you to Michael for the Dreamcast web browser, many fantastic CD-ROM titles, Winnie the Pooh Holiday Print Studio, Disney Magic Artist Studio, a My Arcade Famiclone thing, and this bizarre Transformers plug and play. You put a toy in there and press this button, and I was genuinely amazed. Much love to you, Michael. Thanks for all the support. Thank you to everyone on patreon.com/clue. Thank you to everyone that sent stuff to my P.O. Box, which again is in the channel's About page. If you guys have any Y2K gadgets or weird old oddities going spare, you can send them right to my P.O. Box. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. So what is the Pokemon game that you can't show on YouTube? It is Pokemon Channel, released in 2003 for the Nintendo GameCube. If you look up any video of this game on YouTube, you'll see a little message from the uploader complaining about their video getting removed due to copyright strikes. And if you were to live stream the game, as soon as you ended stream, sure enough, your VOD would get striked as well. Not even Germa is immune to this. Uploads or compilations of his Pokemon Channel streams have to be censored just so the video doesn't get taken down. So what gives? Why is the Pokemon Company taking down videos of this seemingly innocuous GameCube game from 22 years ago? Let's find out together, shall we? Pokemon Channel is a very bizarre video game, one that is surprisingly difficult to categorize. It's a collect-a-thon virtual pet point-and-click game with enough exploration for it to feel like an adventure game, and weird virtual pet games are my bread and butter. It shares a lot of DNA with the previous game in the series, Hey You Pikachu, which I would love to talk about, but that'll have to wait for another video. Anyway, as for why footage of the game keeps getting taken off of YouTube, the answer is pretty simple actually. First of all, it's not Pokemon Company taking the videos down, it's actually Pro Entertainment, which is the production company responsible for the Pokemon anime. They submitted the entirety of the anime to YouTube's Content ID, which is an automated system to detect copyrighted content and remove it from the platform. Pokemon Channel for GameCube, the topic of this video, has clips of the Pokemon anime in it. Not only are the anime clips one of the main rewards for progressing the game, they are required watching. You are not given the option to skip them. And that's a bit of a problem for Let's Players because it means you have to edit your video aggressively to remove all the clips of the anime that the game makes you watch. And as such, if you were to live stream the game, that's why your VOD would get taken down immediately upon ending stream. Stay tuned to the end of this video or check the description for a solution to this problem. But for now, it's time for the ad. You ever try to take a nap and you end up just lying there with your eyes closed, thinking about something you did in middle school? Yeah, me too. But that's why I'm excited that today's video is sponsored by Manta Sleep, because they actually get how important good rest is. Manta Sleep is all about what they call the pro-nap movement, which is basically the idea that naps aren't just for kids or lazy Sundays. They're total game changers for your focus, energy, and overall well-being. And as someone who runs on a weird mix of hyperfixation and exhaustion, I've already been using sleep masks for years at this point. And the Manta Sleep Mask Pro has brought me many a restful night already. It's got this premium ultra soft padding, and the adjustable eye cups completely block out light without putting pressure on your eyes. That means you can blink and move comfortably, which is a must for side sleepers. Plus, the strap is customizable, so it actually stays in place instead of sliding off like every other sleep mask I have ever used. Whether you're trying to squeeze in a midday power nap or you just need to block out your partner's late night phone scrolling, this mask actually helps you get real quality sleep. So if you want to upgrade your sleep game, check out the Manta Sleep Mask Pro using the link in the description, and thank you to Manta Sleep for sponsoring this video. Okay, so getting back on topic. Who cares, right? Pokemon Channel is a spin-off Pokemon game that got mid-reviews at launch. Why does it matter that videos of it can't be uploaded to YouTube easily? It's because this game is really unique and interesting. If you're watching Planet Clue, it means you appreciate esoteric media from 20-something years ago like I do, and nothing fits the bill better than Pokemon Channel. As far as I'm concerned, this is the definitive Clue Core video game. It ticks every single box for me. So let's get into it. The game begins with Professor Oak dropping a TV right into your house. The idea is, you are a test audience for Pokemon Channel, which is an in-universe TV station that airs a bunch of different kinds of Pokemon-related TV shows. And immediately, he asks you to watch the first part of the Pichu Bros anime. There's no way to skip it or fast forward through it, you just have to watch it, and I obviously can't show it in this video. Once you do, he teaches you how to write a report about what you watched, which is essentially the equivalent of saving your game, but then Oak shows you that you're not exclusively locked into looking at the TV. You can take a step back, and hey, there's a bunch of Pokemon at your door, and you can invite Pikachu in. What an opportunity! A wild Pikachu just happened to be so enticed by the TV that he's become part of the test audience. Oak wants to know exactly what Pikachu thinks of Pokemon Channel, and you have to be the one to report it. The TV is the core mechanic of the game, and thankfully the anime is only a small part of it. Right off the bat, there are a bunch of channels to watch, and you unlock more as you progress. You have the news channel, where Psyduck gives you the hot scoop of what's happening, and they go live to Meowth, who's on the scene, and he interviews Pokemon in a very adorable fashion, which has become a genuine vocal stim for me.
I'm here on the scene. Licky tang. Licky tang. I see. And there you have it. That ends my report from the scene.
I'm here on the scene. Lasso. Lasso. I see. And there you have it. That ends my report on the scene.
There's also Smoochum Shape Up, which is an exercise channel, and when you zoom out from the TV, you can see Pikachu trying to do the exercises, which is insanely cute. Look at him go! There's also Quiz Wobbuffet, where you compete in Pokemon trivia, and if you get it right, you get money. Oh yeah, I haven't explained the money yet. Oak starts you off with some money at the beginning of the game, which you can spend in the Pokemon shopping channel called Shoppin' Squirtle. This is a pretty core part of the game as well. They go through 3 items at a time, and you can choose to buy or not to buy. There's a huge range of potential items that can show up here, and that list gets larger as the game progresses. There are dolls, posters, wallpapers, and other stuff to customize your room. It's really neat. And when you buy stuff from there, Delibird swings by to drop it off at your door, and Pikachu excitedly reveals what's inside. But yeah, sometimes it's nice to just let the TV play, take a step back, and explore your bedroom. You can make Pikachu dig in the trash and get his little paws dirty just to find nothing, but when he looks under the bed, he finds a Pokemon Mini. For context, the Pokemon Mini was a real Nintendo handheld that released in 2001. It's like a tiny Game Boy, but there are only Pokemon-related minigames on it. But yeah, Pokemon Channel features a fully fledged and accurate Pokemon Mini emulator in it, which is very out of left field, but also extremely cool. The Shoppin' Squirtle even offers new models of Pokemon Mini to choose from, and even cartridges with new games for you to play on it. It's really fun seeing what antics Pikachu can get up to around the room, like politely asking if he can chew on the TV. How could I say no to that face? Of course you can chew on the TV. Then Professor Oak gives you the Smeargle figurine, which allows you to capture frames from your TV and paint all over them. It's super fun, but the UI makes some incredibly cursed sound effects, and the eerie silence doesn't help. Once you fill out the final report for the day, Pikachu gets so excited he thunderbolts the TV, completely destroying it. And Professor Oak rush orders you a very old black and white TV to use for now, and then tells you to grin and bear it. It's like, dude, I didn't do anything. Pikachu did it. It's not my fault. You say goodbye to Pikachu, power cycle your GameCube, open the BIOS, and set the date forward by 1 day. That's right, this game uses the real-time clock to determine when new shows arrive, Animal Crossing style. Sure, you could wait a full day before booting the game up again, but if you change the date when you run out of content, you can clear the whole game in about 3 hours. And thankfully, by the next day, Oak was able to get you a replacement color TV, and everything's fine. He also mentions that you can buy new TVs on the Shoppin' Squirtle, which is a very fun feature. There are some new programs this time around, around, like Slowpoke's weather, where he will very slowly tell you the weather. There's also Smeargle's art study, where Smeargle will look at the art you made and worship your creative brilliance like you're the next Da Vinci. But sometimes it's good to go outside, and there are actually quite a few areas to explore in Pokemon Channel. For instance, you can head to the yard, and there are a bunch of Pokemon around to hang out with. If you talk to them and answer their trivia question correctly, they give you a nice card, which I also have not explained yet. Nice cards are the main collectible of Pokemon Channel. You get them from meeting Pokemon outside, like I said, or by simply buying packs of them on Shop and Squirtle. There are 101 nice cards to collect, each corresponding to a different Pokemon. There's also a garden out in the yard where you can grow a flower if you water it every day. From the yard, you can head to Springleaf Field, where you can find a ball and play catch with Pikachu, and it's really cute. On day 3, Oak allows you to name Pikachu. So I named him Yellow Man, because he's my little yellow man. There are some new channels, such as the Hatch Up Poke Egg channel, where you guess what Pokemon is going to hatch from the egg, wait 5 minutes, and if you're right, it gives you money. There's also Chansey's Fortune Cookie channel, which gives you a little horoscope. You can head to the front yard, which leads to the bus stop. There are more Pokemon friends here, but also a bus that can take you to different parts of the city. Once you find the bus passes in Shop and Squirtle, that is. Speaking of Shop and Squirtle, if you want to skip segments like the intro or items you're not interested in, if you press L and then R to like cycle the channels and then go back, it'll immediately go to the next segment, which is a miracle for trying to collect all the items in the game. When you head up to Viridian Forest, Pikachu can play a little concert with a group of Cleffa. Aside from some Pokemon you can meet, there's also Camp Starlight, which is only open at night. Once night falls, however, you can hang out around a bunch of Pokemon at a campfire. There's a sign that says, "On a clear night, look to the stars," but if the sky isn't clear, you can't do it. When you hop on the bus to Mount Snowfall, there's also a little concert where Jigglypuff sings, but of course with all the snow on the ground, Pikachu simply has to build a snowman. And finally, there's Cobalt Coast, where Pikachu can fish. It's really fun to pull in all sorts of water-type Pokemon, including Wailmer. There's Wailmer. There he is. On the 4th day, there are a few new channels, such as Chum Chum Ranking, where Smoochum will arbitrarily rank random Pokemon with a point system. I'm not really sure how it works. It also reveals some statistics, like how much TV you've watched. There's also a minigame called Odd One Out, where you have to guess if the number of Pokemon on screen will be even or odd, and the earlier you guess, the more money you get. You can also double up and gamble a little bit. And finally, there's the Relaxation channel, where you count Mareep, and that's the whole thing. On day 5, there's a breaking news alert. The final program disc has gone missing. Magnemite was supposed to deliver it, but it fell, and they lost it. They can't find it. So it's up to you and Pikachu to go find it. In Mount Snowfall, there's suddenly a new area to explore called the Ruins of Truth. But Gengar is blocking the path, and you have to find the Duskull lamp. So you head over to Springleaf Field to find Duskull, who wants a ball, and once you give the ball to him, he gives you the lamp. You take the lamp over to Gengar, and when Pikachu holds it up, Gengar cartoonishly sprints away, at last revealing the entrance to the Ruins of Truth. This is the grand finale of the game, and I think it's a masterpiece. It's so ominous and quiet and spooky. I love it so much. You start off in complete darkness with nothing but 2 weird plants in front of you. Pikachu thunderbolts both of them, and they light the path ahead. And right up ahead is the riddle tablet. You have to answer true or false. If you get it wrong, Golbat appears, and you have to do the whole thing again. But if you get it right, a Golbat statue appears. Pikachu checks inside of its mouth and then gets stuck, and you have to free him by rapidly jiggling the joystick. When he is free, the final program disc comes with. So Pikachu returns the disc to Magnemite, you get to watch the final part to the anime, and then file a report. Professor Oak thanks you and Pikachu for your contributions as a test audience for Pokemon Channel, and that's about it. But if you open the game the next day, all of a sudden, Jirachi comes to visit and floats around your room for a minute. Then you head to Camp Starlight and you can finally use the star projector. And they project the Pichu Bros anime, all 5 parts in its entirety, onto the night sky, and that's the end of Pokemon Channel. We've seen it all. But that's not absolutely everything. I didn't include some of the secrets and completion rewards just so you could dig those up for yourself in your playthrough. Pokemon Channel might not be super mechanically dense, but it's cozy and it's charming and it's extremely distinct. I can't think of any other video game that feels like this. The TV mechanic is really unique. Like, not a lot of games allow you to just set the controller down and watch something with a virtual pet for a little while. Like, sometimes I'm in the mood for a slow-paced, low-stakes video game, and Pokemon Channel scratches that itch for me. Seeing how much detail they put into Pikachu and how he interacts with the TV and with the world is fascinating. He can exercise, he runs all around the room, he'll ask you to pet him, and you can even train him to change the channel on his own. Pikachu's behavior is really, really cute in this game. The Collectathon element carried my enjoyment a lot further than I thought. I ended up talking to every new Pokemon I saw just so I could collect their respective nice card. I loved scrubbing through Shop and Squirtle over and over just to see what items would show up. The fact that they embedded an entire Pokemon Mini into the game that you can interact with was so cool. Like, I love grinding to try and get the gold one with all the games. It's so satisfying. The excessive use of trivia as a gameplay element got a little tedious near the end, but it's perfectly enjoyable most of the time. It has some stiff animations, and sometimes the game has some uncanny audio, but stylistically I don't have much bad to say about it. Overall, I think Pokemon Channel is one of the most fascinating titles for the GameCube, but I feel like it hasn't achieved the same reach as a lot of the classics from that era because of the anime segments and the fact that you can't skip them. So I made a mod for the game that removes the anime segments entirely called Pokemon Channel Stream Safe Edition. That way, streamers and YouTubers can freely play the game without worrying that their content is going to get taken down. You can download it using the link in the description, just drop it straight into Dolphin and you're good to go. Prior to now, Pokemon Channel has never had a widescreen code for the American version of the game, so I commissioned it for my friend Zarithia, who also added it to the Dolphin Wiki. Now, I have to put these modding segments at the very end or else Nintendo will take my video down, but seriously, Nintendo's greed is actually pissing me off at this point. They've been getting really cocky by gradually exhibiting more and more anti-consumer practices in the past 15 years, and the pricing of the Nintendo Switch 2 has absolutely crossed the line. Almost $100 for a single video game is actually insane. Nintendo has a massive backlog of fantastic games that are no longer available for sale that have been graciously preserved by the community. On an unrelated note, there's a fan site that I like a lot called Myriant. You can click on Files at the top, and if the system is cartridge-based, click on No Intro. If it's disc-based, click on Redump. There's lots of cool resources for Nintendo fans on there. On an equally unrelated note, there's this other great site called EmuGen that ranks the software you can use those resources on, and it's kept up to date so you can keep track of what the best software to use is. Thank you for watching my YouTube video. There's no P.O. Box stuff this time around, but if you want to send something, take a look at my channel's About page. Thanks to everyone on patreon.com/clue, and I will see you again really soon. Who I really like. It's weird being the age that I am and being an Atari fan, because most of the people that love Atari look like my dad. But that starts to make a little bit more sense when you look back and realize that Atari's peak in relevance was 50 years ago. Half a century. And it seems that the only story there is to tell about Atari is the one that we've been told time and time again, about their meteoric rise in the 70s and subsequent fall a decade later, dubbed the infamous video game crash of 1983. It's a very poetic story about the importance of quality control. But I find it especially ironic that the story everyone keeps repeating is of Atari failing, especially because since the crash, they have done nothing but fail time and time again. Atari has had plenty of time to learn their lesson about quality control, and the only explanation as to why they haven't must be that they're simply addicted to failure. This video is sponsored by the ROG Flow Z13 gaming tablet, which is bringing PC horsepower to the tablet world. The keyboard is magnetic, so you can pop it off entirely or fold it so it acts as a screen protector. I have never seen a tablet so effortlessly jump into AAA games like Black Ops 6, Spider-Man 2, or Baldur's Gate 3. But it's not just a gaming tablet, it's your ultimate portable workstation. You can do Blender or video renders on this thing, and that's because it's backed by the cutting-edge AMD Ryzen AI Max Plus 395 processor, packing 16 Zen 5 cores and 40 GPU CUs. It keeps all that cool with dual second-gen Genarch Flow fans, a lightweight stainless steel vapor chamber, and liquid metal thermal compound, so it stays cool and whisper quiet. It's got up to 128 gigs of unified quad-channel memory with a dedicated NPU, a high-performance GPU, and the ability to allocate up to 96 gigs of VRAM. Technology has come such a long way for them to be able to pack this much into something so thin and light. Not only have I been playing a whole lot of Shadow Generations on this thing, but I also played some of the Atari PC games that I featured in this video on the tablet as well. So check out the ROG Flow Z13 using the link on screen or in the description. Despite the fact that the Atari brand has changed hands several times since the crash, many things have remained consistent. And this is how I'm going to be breaking the video up into segments. Number one, they constantly release shovelware that no one cares about, ruining the namesake of tons of old IPs in the process. Number two, they frivolously license their name to ventures that are exclusively stupid and terrible. And number three, they seem to have no problem, allegedly, scamming their customers to make a quick buck. Chapter 1. Atari releasing shovelware that no one cares about. For the past 20 years, Atari has been hard at work putting out video games that fail critically, commercially, or both. Since the early 2000s, they've tried to repackage their own legacy titles just to be met with unenthused press every time. So they came to the shocking revelation that maybe taking video games from the literal 70s and putting them on modern platforms isn't gonna cut it. So in the 2010s, they started giving their old titles a fresh coat of paint. In the 1982 Atari game Haunted House, you play as a meatball, and you run around these dark corridors and you try to avoid ghosts. It's a very charming little game. I like it just fine. In the 2010 reboot, however, you play as a guy. Now, despite the lack of meatball, it's still pretty cute, but it featured ugly artwork, horrible controls, and outdated gameplay. So they rebooted it again in 2014 called Haunted House Cryptic Graves. It was a first-person survival horror game like Amnesia, completely unrecognizable compared to the meatball game, and it was so unbelievably bad that it was pulled from sale and Atari swept it under the rug like it never happened. So they tried again to reboot Haunted House in 2022 called Haunted Houses Reimagined. It's okay, it's got a cool style, but it feels more like a proof of concept than a finished game. And then they rebooted it again in late 2023, and they're asking $20 for it. Now I have to ask, did the Atari meatball game really make such powerful waves back in the day to justify the novelty of reimagining it 4 different times? And I feel like that's where Atari a little bit. The 2023 reboot of Haunted House, who is it for? Because surely I would be the target demographic, right? But I can see from a mile away that this game is creatively bankrupt, and I don't want to touch this shovelware crap with a 10-foot pole. And evidently I'm not alone. This game released in October 2023, and it has sold a 3-digit number of copies on Steam. It didn't even break 1,000. But that's just Steam. Let's be generous and hypothesize it sold around the same amount on all platforms, including this stupid thing, which I will be addressing later, don't you worry. That's about 3,900 copies. Eminem's Beach Party for Wii sold 10 times as many copies. So I guarantee you that right now, I am giving Haunted House 2023 more exposure than it has ever had. So let's shift gears to another famous Atari franchise from 1982 called Yar's Revenge. I absolutely love this game. It's so iconic, it's so ominous and surreal. I really like it. I'm a huge fan. Sure enough, they gave old Yar's Revenge the reboot treatment, and it went about as well as you would expect. The 2011 reboot is just called Yar's Revenge. It has this goofy anime art style, and it tries its best to make you care about the story, but as soon as I got into the gameplay and realized they turned it into a rail shooter with some of the most awkward controls ever made and graphics coming straight from Halo 1, I realized this game did nothing to earn its namesake, so I turned it off. But of course, they couldn't leave it alone. In 2022, they released Yar's Recharged, which is pretty okay. It's more recognizable, but the game's a bit buggy. The sounds break a lot. It's a bit content barren, but for $10, it's fine. I feel like they didn't get a good balance with the complexity here. Like, I don't think Yar's Revenge makes sense as a bullet hell game, so I didn't love this one. Also, in 2022, they released Yar's Revenge Enhanced, which is the exact same as the Atari game, but with new graphics and music. It was included in Atari 50, which is actually pretty good, but I think they need to go for a presentation overhaul if they want this new old game concept to stand on its own. If they did something similar to Space Invaders Extreme, I think Yar's Revenge Enhanced would be sick, but in this state, it feels very superficial, and it just makes me want to go play the Atari game. And then, in 2024, they announced Yar's Rising, a colorful future punk Metroidvania reimagining, which seemed exactly aligned with my taste, and you better believe I was counting down the days. They released some of the soundtrack before the game came out, and I was banging my head. The music was amazing, and so much of the art was stunningly beautiful, and the game was made by WayForward, who I really like. They did Shantae, SpongeBob SquigglePants, Mighty Switch Force, Adventure Time Hey Ice King. Those games are peak. And when Yar's Rising came out, I put like 3 hours into it. It's really bad. It's the most uninspired Metroidvania I have ever seen. The dialogue is awful. I hate these characters.
Shrug. Hey, while you're there, can you grab me some wasabi maple chips? Your boy is starving!
I found this huge rainbow-colored console that rewrote my DNA, I guess. And now my hands shoot energy waves.
The level design is bland, it's extremely linear, there's no sense of exploration at all, and the constant loading screens drove me absolutely insane. And where the Yar's Revenge part comes in is in these little hacking minigames where you stop playing the game and you start playing Atari for a minute, And then you go back to the game. Like, it's cool in theory, but it doesn't add anything for me. It feels inconsequential. I'd rather just turn the game off and play Atari. Can Atari do literally anything right? No. They rebooted Bubsy. If you don't know about Bubsy, he's a stupid cartoon bobcat from the 90s, and I love him more than I love myself. In 2017, Bubsy the Woolies Strike Back was released into the world. It's a reimagined platformer featuring Bubsy. Now, wait a minute. I thought we were talking about Atari. That says Accolade. Accolade was the company that made Bubsy back in the day, and then they got acquired by Infogrames in 1999, and then Infogrames became a subsidiary of Atari. So they have the legal right to use the name Accolade, but it's still Atari. And I'm sure you would have never guessed, but Woolies Strike Back is yet another one of Atari's creatively bankrupt shovelware escapades. Not a single shred of passion or enthusiasm was involved in the process of making this game. A lot of people cite Bubsy 3D as one of the worst video games ever made, and they're probably right, but that metric doesn't really mean anything to me. What I do know is Bubsy 3D is bizarre and esoteric and experimental in a way that makes it truly one of a kind, whereas Woolies Strike Back looks like it was made using a Unity game dev tutorial on YouTube. If I had to pick between something earnest like Bubsy 3D and the shovelware slop that Atari puts out, I will pick Bubsy 3D every single time. They made another one in 2019 called Bubsy Paws on Fire, and Atari actually put their name on this one. But the weird part is, it doesn't have anything to do with Bubsy. It's just a generic auto runner game with Bubsy assets dropped in, and it costs $25. Once again, who is this for? The only people that would enjoy a game this simple are kids, but kids don't care about Bubsy. Bubsy is from 1993 and was never popular outside of infamy. I'm sure for a lot of you, this might even be your first time hearing about it, in which case you're welcome. All right, shifting gears. Back in 1982, Atari made a game called Food Fight. It was an arcade game that I liked a lot as a kid. I always thought the animation of eating the ice cream was super funny. In mid-2024, Atari rebooted it. They called it Food Fight Culinary Combat. It's an online third-person shooter where you throw food at people, clearly trying to play off of the popularity of Fortnite and Splatoon. Of course, this game feels like a mobile game ad, but again, I have to ask, who is this even for? People that remember the 80s arcade game? Because it seems like they're aiming at kids who definitely won't know or care about the property it's based on. Now, I bought the game. It was $15. And honestly, it's all right. It has a bunch of game modes. The hub world has some fun detail to it. Out of order. This is just like going to Dave & Buster's. But I saw that it had like 40 reviews on Steam, and I was like, oh, the servers are definitely going to be empty. And for a game that seems to have a focus on online play, that's a bit of a problem. So I opened it up on a peak Friday night, went to the matchmaking, and there was not a single other person online. So I pulled up the concurrent player history. This game is not even a year old. It launched in July 2024. I peaked with 12 like a month later, and then it's been 1 to 3 people since then. This game has never had a full lobby of players, not one single time, since the game released. And I felt silly for expecting anything but disappointment from Food Fight Culinary Combat. I feel like I've made my point. Atari keeps releasing shovelware slop video games that either no one cares about or no one likes. And you can't even give them credit for publishing masterpieces like Roller Coaster Tycoon, because they were also the ones that ran it into the ground with horrible sequels one after another. And they just acquired the Intellivision brand, which has been nothing but a PR nightmare for the past 5 years. I can only hope they run them into the ground too. Chapter 2. Atari licensing stupid and terrible ventures. Based on how little respect Atari seems to have for legacy franchises, I'm not surprised that they don't respect their own namesake either. They seem to have no problem attaching the Atari name to a shocking amount of stupid and terrible ventures. One of the least stupid and actually more recognizable examples of this is Atari licensing to AtGames and MyArcade. They have a series of consoles called the Atari Flashback. Some you can plug into a TV and some are handheld. It's everywhere. It's a hat, it says Atari on it, and it has speakers on the brim, and you can connect it to your phone with Bluetooth, and your hat can play music. It really does feel like they bought a bunch of like cheap Chinese stock, like put their logo on it, and then resold it on their platforms for a markup. It's like a Soldier game level grip. Now, because it launched like 8 years ago, I was expecting that I'd have to go on eBay to buy one, but no, you can still buy one. They're just on Amazon, and they're on their official website. Now, whether or not you'd want to is a whole other discussion, because I imagine this thing will be very subjective. I'm sure the first question you'd have is, do the speakers sound good? No. They do not, because they're so thin. They have a ton of high-end, very little mids, and non-existent lows. Battery life is excellent. I ran mine for probably 20 to 30 hours on one charge. It looks great. It's surprisingly comfortable. It feels quality. Like, for 25 bucks, consider me thoroughly impressed in the hat department. But don't worry, that is the extent of the good things I have to say about it. I cannot stress enough how unapplicable this product is to the vast majority of people, because as soon as you start considering the logistics of a hat with speakers on it, you start to run into a lot of problems. First of all, this is socially unacceptable to use in almost every scenario. In any setting where I'm not completely alone, I feel like it would be inconsiderate for me to play audio through the hat I'm wearing. It is preferable to everyone, including me, to just wear earbuds. They sound better, and I don't have to sacrifice my privacy. Secondly, you can't get it wet. There are electronics in there, it's got batteries and such, so it is incompatible with rain and also being washed. Hope you don't sweat too much. Third, if you really need a speaker in a pinch, you might as well just blast it out of your smartphone, because this thing doesn't get any louder or sound any better than what your smartphone can already do. Even if I don't end up using the speaker part of it very often, it's just a comfortable hat. I just like the hat, okay? I know it's really stupid. I'm very surprised they're even still selling them, but they're cheap and weird enough that I can't really get upset about it. But you know what I love more than Atari games? Hot sauce. In late 2024, Atari launched AtariSauce.com. This is real, and you can find a selection of 10 Atari game-themed hot sauces. Welcome to AtariSauce.com, where classic gaming meets bold, flavorful adventure. Have you ever wondered what the dragon from Adventure tastes like? Well, we ground it up into a paste and bottled it for you. How about the literal space rocks that you blow up in asteroids? Apparently they taste like barbecue sauce. The humanoid must not escape without trying the electric citrus hot sauce. Yars revenge! What could this even mean? This game is so surreal. Unleash your inner Yar with this Inferno-level hot sauce, spicy enough to seek revenge on any planet. All they had to go on was the title. These people don't know what Yar's Revenge even is. I would have bought a few bottles just for the curiosity, but I was too late, and I wouldn't have received them in time for the shoot because they're based in the UK. I found out that they licensed their brand to a British hot sauce company called Sauce Shed that specializes in doing exactly this. Sauce Shed also worked with Capcom to make the Street Fighter hot sauce, which you can also still buy. It's a little bit lame knowing that Sauce Shed does this for a bunch of different brands, but it's pretty harmless, all things considered. In 2020, Atari launched their grand idea for Atari Hotels. They had all this concept art and all this press. They started sponsoring motorsports so they could slap the Atari Hotels logo on a cool car. And then nothing happened for literally 4 years. They came back in early 2024 and they were like, oh yeah, we're still working on that. We're working hard. It's 2025 and we have still heard nothing. Unfortunately, I have to be a bit of a cynic about this. How do they plan to build 10 gigantic futuristic hotels across the nation when their games aren't selling, their stock is worthless, and the average person does not care about Atari even a little bit? How do they expect to get the funding for such a huge project when no one, and I mean no one, would want to invest in them? Oh, by scamming people. That's how. Chapter 3. Atari scamming their biggest fans. Atari has fallen into quite a few business ventures that have allegedly scammed people in one way or another. Let's get all the Web3 stuff out of the way first. Back in 2020, Atari made their own cryptocurrency. They called it Atari Token. The token sold out in a day, and they raised $1 million from their biggest fans. They promised a lot of things for the token to do, but they only ever launched one thing, which was the Atari Casino, where you could gamble online using your Atari tokens. The market cap inflated to $20 million. Then Atari ended their partnership with the company responsible for managing the token, effectively freezing investors' money in place, promising they could transfer to a new version of the Atari token when they decided to release it. But the new token never happened. So a year later, Atari offered investors an exchange for a fixed amount of the Sandbox token, which is a Web3 game they were associated with for a short period. But because it was a limited amount, many holders of the Atari token received far less value compared to their original investment. Essentially, it was a rug pull. They created the token out of nothing to vacuum up their fans' money, made good on none of their promises, then they set the whole project on fire and ran off with all the cash. Also, Atari launched... I'm going to explain because they're irrelevant now. They were a trend in the early 2020s where you pay real money for a digital asset, say a piece of art. You could trade them and their value would change depending on the market and demand, all that good stuff. Tons of fans bought in 2021, but the bubble popped and now the asset is worth a small fraction of what they paid. For example, here's an Atari NFT that minted for $2,433 and it last sold for $16. But hey, at least you can get your worthless NFT printed on AtariPrint.com and hang it up on your wall. That's kind of neat. Almost makes your $2,400 loss not seem so bad. But yeah, the whole Atari cryptocurrency and NFT thing looks a whole lot like a scam. Atari allegedly collected millions of dollars from their fans and ran. Just a disclaimer, I know very little about Web3 stuff. I researched to the best of my ability, but just in case, please consider this past segment speculation on my part. I am not making an accusation. This is all just theory. I'm sorry that I had to acknowledge Web3, and I don't plan to ever do it again. But yeah, it wouldn't be the first time that Atari took their fans' money and ran. In 2017, Atari was involved in a Kickstarter venture to create the Atari Game Band. It was like a gaming watch or something. They took people's money, raising $325,000. The project fell apart, and no one ever got refunded. If you bought an Atari Game Band in 2017, you got scammed out of a minimum of $100. And gamers have not forgotten. But there's more to the story. The guy that was in the Game Band, Conolad, I think that's how you pronounce it, was also responsible for doing some engineering work for the Atari VCS. Atari hadn't paid him for over 6 months, and they owed him over $100,000. So he sued Atari for non-payment. They settled out of court, awarding Conolad $82,400, which is a hell of a lot better than nothing. And equally, Rob Wyatt, one of the engineers responsible for the original Xbox, did a bunch of work on the Atari VCS as well, and he also went unpaid. So Wyatt sued for the money he was owed, $261,000. And Atari just never showed up to court, so an entry of default was filed. Atari not only allegedly scams their fans, but they also scam their employees by just not paying them for the work that they do for up to 6 months at a time, as alleged by these lawsuits. And then the final chapter, Atari in the modern age. We all know from hindsight that those efforts were not worth it. The Atari VCS spent 4 years in the oven and still came out half-baked. Let me give you a bit of backstory. This is the Atari VCS. It's a brand new video game console that Atari kickstarted in 2018. Everyone thought it was a scam for 4 years because there was a bunch of really suspicious behavior going on their part, and the project kept getting delayed over and over, but it did eventually release in 2021, and it was met with collective groans from the gaming community. This thing was ridiculously expensive. It launched for $400. That's $100 more expensive than a Nintendo Switch. And what did that money get you? It got you some horribly underpowered hardware with no games, and the games that were there ran poorly. Tons of devs didn't want to port their games over because the console didn't sell, and the feature that allowed you to run Windows or Linux on the VCS, people just didn't care. Like, that didn't end up being a selling point at all. And recently, I've seen a lot of bickering from the community about Atari just not releasing content for the VCS anymore. Like, they were supposed to release a DLC for Atari 50. They announced it and they just never did. And instead, they just gave people like a Steam key for the second DLC. How are you gonna make people pay like $400 for a brand new console that came out in 2021 and already stopped supporting it by 2024? This is absurd. My original plan was to plug the Atari VCS into my capture and show some shots of the UI as B-roll. But in my attempt to do so, I accidentally ended up creating a perfect demonstration of how shockingly terrible this console is, so here is a whole segment about it. When you boot up the console, it asks you to connect one of the two controllers it comes with, but no matter what I did, neither of them would connect. I put them into Bluetooth pairing mode, and they just never connected. I tried everything. So instead, I resorted to plugging them into the console with a cable. Now, I would complain about the fact that these controllers from 2021 use micro USB, but that's because the micro USB slot is keyed, which means I tried to plug in a few different micro USB cables that I had around, and they won't fit because this plastic bit is in the way. It was only when I found my Atari branded micro USB cable that's keyed in the same way that I could plug it in and finally get past this screen. So I set my language, connected to my Wi-Fi, and then the console proceeded to update and then reboot. I set my language and Wi-Fi again, the console updated again, and then the screen went black and never did anything else. I unplugged it, replugged it 100 times. It just produces a black video signal via HDMI, and that's it. The console had successfully bricked itself via an update, which apparently is a very common problem. So I had to dig to find an Atari OS drive image online, write it to a flash drive, plug it into the Atari VCS, plug in a keyboard, mash escape during boot up, select the flash drive, wait until it reflashed Atari OS, and then it got to this screen and Bluetooth still doesn't work. So I had to plug the controller back in, set my language again, set my Wi-Fi again, wait for it to update, reboot, set my language again, set my Wi-Fi again, wait for it to update, wait for it to flash the BIOS and firmware, and then you're never gonna believe this. I had to set my language again and my Wi-Fi again, select my account, and after a full hour, I finally get to see the main menu, and there's nothing here. It comes with one game, which is the Atari VCS Vault. It's a decent collection of Atari games from 50 years ago, so I went onto the shop to check out some of the free Atari 2600 games that they offer on there. I downloaded them, and when I opened them, nothing happens. It just goes back to the menu instantly. I got 3 different Atari 2600 games, and they all do the same thing. They just don't open. This console released for $400 in 2021, and it can't even play Atari 2600 games that are on its own storefront.
I can't believe I paid $400 for a console that can't even play its own games.
For as overwhelming as Atari's failures have been these past 25 years, I'm optimistic that we're finally reaching the light at the end of the tunnel, because a few years ago, they released their new platform called Atari Plus. As of the time of this video, there are 2 consoles. There's the 2600 Plus, which I have right here. They also have the 7800 Plus. They cost $130. They have native HDMI, so you can just plug them right into your TV. The killer feature of the Atari Plus is the forwards and backwards compatibility. Both consoles can play both 2600 and 7800 games. They're also the same price, so which one you choose is up to preference. If you have old controllers or cartridges from the 80s, they work on the Plus. Same thing the other way. If you get new cartridges or controllers for the Plus, they will work on your console from the 80s. They even offer new wireless controllers for the Plus, and not only do those work on your old console as well, but they also include a USB dongle, so you can use it on your PC, or on your Mr. FPGA, or on your ROG Flow Z13, whatever you got. Another killer feature of Atari Plus is that you can go on Atari's website and purchase brand new Atari cartridges that work on old and Plus consoles. Physical cartridges that you can buy and own forever, just like the good old days. Boom. Just like that. This isn't even a Plus console. This thing's from 1978, and I just put a new cartridge in it. But it's not just reproductions of old games. Atari pays homebrew developers to make new original games, like Mr. Run and Jump, targeting old consoles and Atari Plus. Watch. Just shove it right in there. Brand new game. This game came out in 2024. Consoles from 1978. This is the equivalent of Nintendo opening a web store, offering an HDMI NES, and selling brand new NES cartridges. That would be insane. Atari has clearly demonstrated that they are not good at actually innovating, so it makes a lot of sense for them to be a preservationist publisher. Seeing them double down on the cult community feels like what they should have been doing all along. All of this pro-consumer behavior would be at their expense, but I don't think Atari has anything left to lose. So they're giving the people exactly what they want by offering homebrew developers an official storefront for their games and ushering in a new age for retro Atari. I think it's very reasonable if you don't want to buy into Atari right now, especially after I just aired out their dirty laundry. But I want Atari Plus to succeed solely for the precedent being set with this. They're demonstrating that there is a demand for an affordable, simple game console with no DRM, no microtransactions, no smart features. You just plug the console into your TV, jam a cartridge into the slot, pick up the joystick, and nothing and no one can come between you and your game. Welcome back to Love Letters. It's time to open the stuff people sent to my P.O. Box. Thank you to Pippin for this copy of V-Smile Partyland Park and also cat stickers. Thank you to Devin for the iPiggy, the electronic pork of the future. Thank you to Yellow for this lovely letter, a doodle page, also a Jar Jar Binks card, and a smiley. I promise I will never cheese stream again. Thank you to Rita for sending me a Poochie. Thank you to Retro Zoomin for the lovely letter, and also the homebrew copies of Mario's Carnival Quest and Mother 3 for Game Boy Advance. These are so extremely cool, and I love them. To answer your question, I don't mind being attributed. I'm not scared of Nintendo, and you shouldn't be either. Thank you to Michael for the Leapland Adventures, a whole bunch of DVDs, and a whole bunch of Famiclone consoles. If you've got any Y2K gadgets or lovely letters, send them to my P.O. Box, which is in the channel's About page. Much love to all the patrons on patreon.com/clue, and I'll see you in the next one.
Wait, oh. What?
Alex, dear son of mine, please see if you can muster up the energy to walk into town and pick up some groceries.
Not even home 5 minutes and she's already barking orders in me.
Get over yourself, Alex. Could you be any more of an entitled little brat?
Today I come to you in full cosplay as Alex Eagleston, the main character of Y2K, a postmodern RPG. It's a surreal RPG where a mystery girl vanishes and you assemble a squad of internet weirdos to investigate while the world gradually starts to make less and less sense. Y2K has been my main hyperfixation for almost a year now. I've spent countless hours playing it, listening to the soundtrack, and yapping about it to everyone that will listen. Basically, I yeeked out too hard and now I'm cooked. I mean, look at me. Just look. I bought the vinyl soundtrack and everything. Lemonade. Now, normally, a dense, crunchy RPG with visual novel elements would be my kryptonite. For years, I have phrased that as the exact opposite of my taste. But completely genuinely, Y2K was the game that changed me. I loved it so much that it was my gateway into enjoying an entire subgenre of video games that I didn't before. And that's a perfect demonstration of the mysterious allure this game has. Countless YouTubers have tried and failed to put into words why it's so fascinating, so here I am to give it a fair swing of my own. At a glance, Y2K appears to be a love letter to old school RPGs, and it has all the essentials to convince the nostalgic RPG fan to buy in. It's got linear exploration and puzzle dungeons with a unique visual style, great music, and it's fully voice acted. Say no more, where do I sign, right? But hold on, because it's important for you to know that Y2K is a very subversive game, and you should go into it expecting for the narrative to challenge you. Y2K deliberately doesn't give you all the information you need to understand it right away. It wants you to dig a little deeper and solve the mystery for yourself. So I'm not going to spill the beans on everything Y2K has to offer because the story deciphering metagame is such a big aspect of why I loved it so much, and I wouldn't want to rob any of you of that experience. I think a good compromise is for me to break down Alex's character in this video. It demonstrates the strength of the game's writing while also giving you a starting point to understanding a lot of the other moving parts in the story for your playthrough. Alright, I know this might come as a shock to all of you, but I'm not actually Alex Yeek. I'm actually Clue from Planet Clue, and we all know the best part of Black Friday is scoring unbelievable deals, right? Raycon decided to join the party with up to 30% off site-wide for you, my lovely audience. Raycon's everyday earbuds are packed with premium features like active noise canceling and a 32-hour battery life at a price point that's way more accessible than other big-name brands. I've been suffering from a chronic Oni Plays addiction for the last 8 years, and completely genuinely, I'm always listening to their compilations while I'm cooking, cleaning, or working. The active noise canceling is a necessity for me. If I'm about to use the vacuum or blender, every time I'm about to make a smoothie, I'm like, where are the Raycons? Where are they? They're also sweat resistant, which is very convenient for me when I'm on the treadmill. And the multi-point connectivity is super convenient for when I'm switching between my phone and laptop. And the charging case is gorgeous, and you get to pick your favorite design for the silicone cover. This is the one that I picked. I love the aesthetic of it. It's got wireless charging and quick charge, so you can get 90 minutes of playtime just from 10 minutes of charging. So it's time to save big this Black Friday. Go to buyraycon.com. Site-wide. When you buy Raycons, you're helping to support the channel, and I greatly appreciate it. So Alex is the worst RPG protagonist, and I mean worst in the sense that he's deeply flawed and unvirtuous, while all of that being reinforced by amazing writing and acting. People don't like the qualities of this character, and you're not supposed to.
You want me to just walk away from my job for 3 to 4 hours?
It's important. Look, no one here really needs you to do your job. It'll be fine.
I need the money, Alex.
Hey, I'll pay you. What do you make an hour? Like minimum wage? I'll give you the 30 bucks.
The dialogue is meticulously crafted for Alex to be the most believably hateable protagonist because the whole joke, the ultimate irony, is that you're playing as a main character with main character syndrome. From a young age, Alex sought out personal validation. Warning sign for what can happen if you start to believe the straightforward narrative that fiction portrays. He's so self-absorbed that he tries to convince everyone around him that he's the hero and that they should join his noble quest to save some girl he's never met in a desperate attempt to feel important. He's a brilliant caricature of people that see themselves as some misunderstood center of the universe, and everything in Y2K revolves around this core idea. Alex monologues a lot. He drowns us in information, and he waxes poetic about every passing thought or feeling, no matter how arbitrary. And this is in stark contrast to all the people that surround him. We only ever get to see a surface level exploration of any of his friends. So why is Alex's perspective so extraneously detailed while his friends are so shallow? Going along with what I said earlier about main character syndrome, Alex truly believes the universe centers around him. So he manufactured a universe where it does, and that's the one we're seeing. The entirety of Y2K takes place inside of Alex's head. He's dictating his own story to us, and he's a very unreliable narrator. The world that we're witnessing in the game is through through Alex's distorted lens. And the game is not subtle about this either. I mean, look at the cover of the vinyl. All the characters and the set pieces that surround them are all exploding from the depths of Alex's psyche. Alex is an insecure narcissist, so he's lying to us in the same way that he's lying to himself. And that can take form in many different ways. For instance, Alex's house is comically large compared to every other house in his hometown of Frankton. Of course he has the biggest house. He's the main character that's going to save the world one day. Everything is laid out like a linear RPG because he's played so many video games that it's the only thing that makes sense to him. And the reason his friends are so shallow and seem like archetypes of themselves is because Alex just sees them as party members that might be useful in his grand quest later on. He's delivering to us a very unnuanced perspective of these people because he never cared about any of them in the first place. Once you understand that everything we're seeing in the game is what makes it through Alex, obvious when he misremembers something or mixes up details, like he's mashing several stories together in his head. At the beginning of the game, Alex visits an abandoned hotel where he meets this girl named Sammy, fights a giant robot, gets into an elevator, and watches helplessly as these spiritual entities from another reality come to steal her away. Because this happens immediately in the story, we have no reason to doubt him. We don't know the rules of this world, and we inherently trust that he does. But Alex talks so much that if you scrutinize what he's saying, sometimes he slips up, and those inconsistencies help us piece together when he's lying. And it turns out, Alex never even met Sammy. That whole scene in the elevator, none of that happened. What actually happened is, he was sitting in front of the computer on a conspiracy theory forum, looking at a post about a missing girl named Sammy, and he made up a dumb little story in his head about how he was there to witness the aliens that made her go missing. For everything he shares with us and chooses to exaggerate, what he chooses not to share can glean just as much. For instance, Alex meets a guy named Rory. They sent some messages back and forth on said conspiracy theory forum. Oh, and it turns out he's just a town over. How convenient. So Alex gets on a bus to go meet with him IRL. But Alex literally just lied to us about meeting Sammy. We know he didn't do that. We know it wasn't aliens that took her away because that's insane. What if Alex is embellishing the story again about how he met his internet friend Rory IRL? Or does Rory even exist? Or did he just make him up entirely? But once you start thinking like that, ironically, Alex is getting what he wants. You're starting to relate to him. His world doesn't make sense. He doesn't know what to believe. He wants you to trust him and believe that the things that he says will make sense eventually. Of course, Alex is an unlikable protagonist. His deplorable behavior gives you reason to doubt him. If you start thinking like he does, with no doubt in your mind, then you're just lost in the whole conspiracy as he is. The whole point of the game is to teach us to reject Alex's delusional way of thinking.
One day, Alex, when you finally get a job, you'll understand how everything can't be conspiracies and missing mysterious girls all the time.
A lot of people had trouble getting invested in Alex as a character because he's so difficult. It feels really weird to control a character that doesn't give you the option to not be terrible. But when Alex gives us a glimpse into his past, we start to form a more rounded perception of him. We come to learn that he's not a willful monster. He's the victim of a broken home and poor parenting. His dad walked out on the family when he was a kid. Selfishly chase a woman with nice legs. And that gave Alex a twisted perception of women because of the fear that he'll end up ruining their lives like his dad did. His mom wasn't present during his childhood and continues to be distant even now because she's always working. And the result of that was Alex being socially isolated and seeking solace in video games. And that led him to have a twisted perception of reality. It made him feel entitled to save the world and get the girl, and a belief that everything will make sense in the end, just like all of his favorite works of fiction. He wants his wasted efforts and misguided obsessions to mean something, and he feels that they will so long as people can relate to him. And I do. I really do. I can relate to feeling truly alone in the world and taking solace in media. I spent so much of my life being unrelatable in the same way that Alex is. That's the reason I fell into creative stuff. It was my only outlet for my passions because none of the people that surrounded me would give me the time of day. And I'm extremely grateful that I had that, because if I had to bottle up that energy for as long as Alex has, maybe I would have ended up as an unwillful monster myself.
But don't you think that this is all connected? Sammy vanishing, me meeting you, Rory, the entity appearing in my house.
Sometimes a record is just a record and an entity just lives in your house. Don't try and connect everything together like there is some giant cosmic plan.
Giant cosmic plan. Giant cosmic plan.
Y2K came out in 2019, so why am I breaking down a character from a game that came out 5 years ago? It's because for the last 5 years, the creators of the game have been working on a gigantic milestone update called Y2K IV, and they've been teasing this update basically non-stop since development began. It's an absolute overhaul of everything. New battle system, new mine dungeon, better cutscenes, better everything, as well as adding so much new content, new music, new locations, new story and lore stuff to chew on. The IV update literally doubles the runtime of the game because there's so much new content. The IV update is finished and it's coming out on December 2nd, which is a few days after the release of this video. It's a free update that'll be delivered to anyone that already knows about Y2K. I've been working on this video for like 9 months now. It really shouldn't have taken me that long. The script was a really tough nut to crack. And during that time, I showed footage of Y2K in the sponsor segment that was in my plug and play video. And Andrew Allenson, co-creator of the game, saw that and dropped into my Discord DMs like, hey. And I was like, hi, Andrew. Big fan. What can I do for you? And he was like, you interested in playing IV before it launches? And I said, absolutely. I did have to sign an NDA for those few months just as leak protection, but there was absolutely no money moved around. I'm not sponsored by them. I just got to beta test the new update for a few months before it launched. I was very clear with him from the beginning that I wouldn't let my opinions be influenced by the early access, and he said he anticipated nothing less. And my conclusion is just that it's pretty fantastic. Now, don't worry, I'm not going to reveal any story spoilers or anything. The battle system is great. There's so much depth to it. I can switch up my strategy to take down a really tough boss fight, as opposed to the feeling of helplessness I had regarding the old version of the game. The presentation is a marked improvement across the board. The new music is spectacular. It adds this radical bass-heavy motif. The cutscenes have so much flavor, and it makes everything from the monologues to the action feel so substantial. It's got bite, it's got punch, I love it. The new mine dungeon has some Sega Saturn 3D platformer vibes. It's a night and day difference to what it was like before. Exploring the mine dungeon actually feels satisfying and rewarding. The biggest downside I have about Y2K IV is that I feel the introduction isn't as strong. One of the attributes that really grabbed me about the original Y2K is that the bait and switch also functioned as a hook. The original version of the game had all these classic RPG set pieces right away, and the way the game played off of them made me so curious to see what it would do next. But in IV, right away you play as the nameless child dropped into the blackened pond. It's a 10-minute segment where the dialogue is so ciphered that players aren't going to know what anyone's talking about. And I worry that front-loading so many story beats that intentionally don't make sense until you're hours and hours into the game is going to have people feel uninvested and potentially quit because you haven't given them a reason to care. I felt that Alex's immediate introduction, this supposed regular guy in a grounded and familiar setting, was enough of a tangible hook to keep most people going, whereas I'm not sure if I feel that same way about IV's opening. When I mentioned this to Andrew, he said that a lot of the best games bury the greatest contents as a reward for commitment, and that the confusion and the surreal vibes should be enough to carry people through. I think that's fair because that's how I felt about it. I was trying to be inclusive to the everyman. But yeah, for all of you watching this video that developed your opinion of Y2K based on the bad faith reviews and video essays that came out 5 years ago, I'm asking you to please reconsider. Andrew and Brian spent a decade of their lives making the game, and the resulting product is so incredibly earnest and polished. Obviously, I'm a little biased in the sense that I already loved the original version of the game, warts and all, but I know a quality product when I see it, and I truly believe that they made good on the original promise of the game. I think it'll exceed everyone's expectations, so I hope you guys like the game. If you want more Y2K content, I can't recommend Hellcry's Y2K analysis videos enough. They break down the story in such an easy to understand way, and they really help me in my studies of it. The finale of the series just came out, and I may or may not star as a voice role, so please do check him out. But yeah, that's all I have for you today. I will see you next month. Welcome back to Love Letters. It's time to open the stuff from the P.O. Box. Thank you to Nullkid for this drawing of KK. Thank you to Kirsten for this artwork, a lovely letter, a handmade KK frog plush, as well as a yes-no button plush from Bluey, and a Burger King Furby toy. Thank you to Stardust Skunk for sending a comically huge collection of UB Funkies, which I have a ton of nostalgia for. And a huge Furby. Thank you to everyone on Patreon. About page. Thanks again to everyone that sent some cool stuff my way, and I'll see you next time.
Clinic, clue, I know them.
VTech has been at the forefront of the edutainment industry for decades, and when you look back at their history, it's pretty easy to see why. The groundbreaking release of the VTech Talking Whiz Kid back in 1986 was so forward-thinking that they were teaching computer literacy to kids during a time when home computers were a luxury. They picked up the niche of demystifying technology and teaching how valuable and exciting of a learning tool it could be well into the early 2000s. Despite how much I loved VTech at the time, I somehow completely missed that they released their own edutainment video game console in 2004. It was called the V-Smile, and for an experimental educational console, it was met with tremendous success, selling 11 million units in total. In response, VTech kept expanding the scope of the V-Smile brand for years. More consoles, more accessories, more peripherals, more gimmicks, and some of these expansions were so ambitious and weird that I'm shocked they even exist at all. The V-Smile rabbit hole goes way deeper than I could have ever anticipated, so today we're going on a deep dive into the V-Smile extended universe. Let's go back to 2004 with the first generation V-Smile console. Now, I'm sure you're wondering, does it have power buttons, controller ports, and a reset button? Yes, it does. But it also has this little compartment up here where you can store up to 6 cartridges. Now, these aren't just any cartridges. The games they contain are educational. So these are smartridges. Looks like someone at VTech graduated with their marketing degree. Now, it should be obvious that I am not the target demographic for the V-Smile, but the reason I find it fascinating, even as an adult, is the console's emphasis on accessibility. Not only is the controller immediately intuitive and easy for kids to use, they went out of their way to make the controller inclusive for southpaws. When you flip the controller over and push this little switch, you can slide the joystick all the way over to the other side where it locks in place. So if you prefer to use the joystick in your right hand, you can absolutely do that. So regarding games, the V-Smile has a lot of them. Of the 70 or so that released, I have 37, so a little over half the library. There are a couple fully original games sprinkled in there, such as the iconic pack-in title Alphabet Park Adventure, but the V-Smile library is primarily composed of licensed games. The one thing that all the games have in common is that every single game for this console is educational, even if it's based on property that is not. For example, SpongeBob teaches grammar and spelling, Buzz Lightyear teaches math, and Shrek teaches cardinal directions. Not exclusively, most games teach a bunch of different subjects, but you get the idea. You can see how that marketing pitch led to 11 million consoles sold. Parents will do anything to help their kids pass their classes, so educational video games featuring their kids' favorite characters seemed like a no-brainer. We have a ton of stuff to cover in this video, so I'm not going to review individual V-Smile games in depth or anything, but I can at least get across the structure that every game uses, which is Learning Adventure and Learning Zone. Every single game uses this format. So, Learning Adventure is a linear campaign where you can either complete each game sequentially with the potential to game over if you run out of lives, or Quick Play, where you can select which game in the campaign you want to jump to. They generally have a decent blend of gameplay and learning. Sometimes they'll integrate it in a clever way, other times they just interrupt the gameplay for you to do a math problem. And Learning Zone is a separate set of minigames focusing on the core educational experience, usually involving solving a puzzle or answering questions, but in general you can think of Learning Adventure as the main course and then Learning Zone as like side dishes. A lot of the games can feel pretty samey, and not just because of the Learning Adventure Learning Zone format, it's because V-Smile only had 3 studios developing games for the thing: VTech themselves, Inlight Entertainment, and Disney Interactive. Of course they're going to feel similar. All of the games came from 3 studios. But of those 3, I feel like Disney Interactive knocks it out of the park the most consistently. In my opinion, Toy Story 2 is the best game on the system. It feels distinctly polished, it follows the events of the movie well, and it beautifully demonstrates the capability of the V-Smile. So if you're looking to grab a V-Smile, they don't cost much these days, thankfully, but make sure you grab a copy of Toy Story 2. Back in the day, VTech was really good at coming up with solutions for making their hardware accessible and finding clever ways to combine entertainment with education. Now, if you loved edutainment when you were a kid, there are paths you can take to still pursue learning in an engaging way as an adult. And that's where Skillshare, the sponsor for this video, comes in. Skillshare is the largest online learning community for creatives, with thousands of classes led by industry experts across film, illustration, design, freelance, productivity, and more. I've been talking about a lot of game design stuff recently, and if you're looking for a gateway into the hobby, Skillshare can get you there. Whether you're interested in the core design, designing assets, or even programming, Skillshare can help take your skills to the next level. Planet Clue is a solo project, so I'm always looking for ways to optimize my workflow. I've been using Skillshare to better understand DaVinci Resolve for video editing in the hopes that someday I can fully migrate over to it. I plan to take a look at Marcel Patillo's 5-part DaVinci Resolve class. He goes over covering the basics, sound design, visual effects, and color grading. Skillshare has some new improvements, such as smarter class categories, new class topics, and the ability to find classes by software and material. You can tell Skillshare your interests, and it'll recommend classes tailored to you. The The first 500 people to use my link in the description will receive a 1-month free trial of Skillshare, so get started today. Next up, we have the second generation V-Smile console. As you can see, it's a little wider than the first, and that's because of the built-in microphone. There's even a little grip on the side. You can drop it right in there. There's only a few games that utilize it, and they don't go any further than karaoke-style sing-alongs.
When the mic is on, it's just always broadcasting, like at all times. It just goes directly out to the TV. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Pokemon! Gotta catch 'em all! But yeah, overall, the mic is a little compressed, but not too bad, especially for like a console peripheral.
Another feature of the second generation console was a controller with a writing pad built into it, so kids could practice writing letters and solve some drawing puzzles. But some games like Zazu and Earth Adventure are controlled entirely with the writing pad. Unfortunately, it doesn't have a hover feature. You have to press the pen into the pad for the cursor to move, and then press the button on the side of the pen to write. It's just so inelegant. I just want it to have hover. Like, if the UDraw game tablet can have hover, the V-Smile has no excuse. Another thing with the second generation console is they released a second version of Alphabet Park Adventure to take advantage of the new mic and writing pad features, and in this version they gave the art style a total makeover. So don't worry, you're not a victim of the Mandela effect for remembering one art style and not the other. It's just a console generational difference. And there was also a third generation console, but we will cross that bridge when we get there. But for now, let's have a look at the V-Smile Pocket. It's a fully functioning handheld V-Smile, so you can play all your smartages on the school bus. It runs on 4 AA batteries. You can adjust your screen brightness and volume up here. It even comes with a cable that allows you to connect it up to your TV. And they didn't compromise the accessibility. You can flip the thing over, push the switch, and roll the controls over so the D-pad is on the other side. Absolutely wild. Truly nothing gets left by the wayside for VTech. As for the display, the ghosting is incredibly poor. There's a ton of analog noise and the backlight bleeds a lot on the edges. I'm not sure if it's just because this device is 15 years old or if it was always just a lower quality screen. And here's the second generation V-Smile Pocket. The screen is smaller, but the device as a whole is significantly because it has a mic button right down here, like the second gen console. Just as bad as the previous generation. It's very noisy and very ghosty. But they did add a new feature to it, the V-Smile Pocket Power Pack. It was a specialized rechargeable battery pack that you shove into the console, and it allows you to sit it on a dock to charge it, which is really neat. That's a very cool idea. But we're not quite done with the handhelds yet, because next up is the V-Smile Cyber Pocket. This thing is decked out. It's got the writing pad, it's got the mic, it's got the TV out, it's got this thing, which I'll cover later, and they kept the rotating D-pad shenanigans. The screen still looks really bad, and it's the smallest one by far. It is 2.5 inches, which is smaller than my forehead, and yet they made another V-Smile Cyber Pocket that actually removes some features. No mic button, no more TV out, no more accessible D-pad. It's just a regular D-pad, but the screen is spectacular. It's pixel precise, the refresh looks perfect, there's no analog noise, the backlight is bright and even. This might be the best way to play V-Smile just because it has a direct digital RGB out to the LCD, and I know they could only make that happen by getting rid of the TV out. It's just a shame that the accessible D-pad and mic were sacrificed in the process, but man, that screen looks so good. Believe it or not, V-Smile had even more consoles after this. This is the V-Smile Motion, which released in 2008, and you'd better believe it had motion controls in an attempt to compete with the Nintendo Wii. I have both the blue one and the pink one, and both are scuffed in different ways, but they work fine, and that's what matters. The V-Smile Motion has its own set of games with orange cartridges. Now, as you'd expect, the V-Smile Motion console is backwards compatible. You can play original V-Smile games on it, but what you wouldn't expect is that the V-Smile Motion games are forwards compatible. You can play motion games on the original V-Smile, just without the motion controls. And speaking of, here is the motion controller. Now, I'm sure you're waiting to see the accessibility thing. Here's how they do it. You pinch this part on the back, twist it all the way around, and now the joystick is on the right. It's that simple. But yeah, the controller, it connects wirelessly, so all you have to do is flip it over and set which player you want the controller to be. In this instance, it'll be player 1. Xbox controller. I don't know how they do it. When you start up any V-Smile motion game, it'll ask you if you want to use the motion controls or just the joystick and buttons. The motion controls essentially just allow you to tilt the controller around instead of using the joystick. I fail to see the point when the joystick is already right there in my hand, but they had to make every motion game work on the standard V-Smile as well, so it makes sense for the motion controls to be rudimentary, but I feel like it just serves to highlight how much of a half-baked gimmick the motion thing was in the first place, because that's what it feels like. It feels like a gimmick. They had to do it because Nintendo was doing it. And now we have to get into some more controversial territory with the V-Smile Baby, specifically targeting kids aged 9 months to 3 years. It has its own controller and its own cartridges. There were around 14 games released for it, and it has no intercompatibility with the original V-Smile whatsoever. Now, as for the controversy, I will try to keep it as short as I can. So, basically, the American Academy of Pediatrics released a report that concluded that children don't understand what's happening on a TV screen until they're about 2 years old. Once they become cognizant enough, media can be good for them, but until then, that window of time would be much better used building basic motor and speech skills, using their imagination, and entertaining themselves, as opposed to staring at a mesmerizing glowing box and not learning anything. And yet, VTech released a video game console specifically to get babies staring at TV screens. They were essentially prototyping iPad kids. I'm not surprised that this thing was controversial. Anyway, as you'd expect from video games for literal babies, each game is about as simple as they come. You press a button and things happen. It could be colors, it could be sounds, it could make Donald Duck clap his hands, it could make animals visit Pooh Bear. To be completely honest, I have nothing to say. This is exactly what I anticipated, and it's exactly what it says on the tin. But my question is, why did this even need to be a cartridge-based video game system? They're most of the way there to making a toy for babies to play with. Why didn't they just do that? Well, it turns out they did do that. You just flip this switch to play alone mode, and then it's a standalone toy for entertaining a baby. Somehow, that makes this even more baffling. Okay, that's all the consoles, so now we're gonna shift gears to talking about the V-Smile's many interesting and bizarre peripherals. The first one I have for you is the V-Smile Art Studio drawing tablet. It only works with one cartridge, and that's its respective Art Studio game. I absolutely love video game drawing tablets. I'm the exact right person to be talking about this thing. And let me tell you, it is awful. So first of all, there's no hover, of course. You have to drag the pen on the pad to move the cursor and press slightly harder to actually start drawing. Every drawing tablet should have hover, no exceptions. Not having hover is the equivalent of driving a car, but you have to look at the brake pedal every time you want to brake. But it seems like they really want to tear my eyes away from the screen, away from the art that I'm drawing, to look at the UI stuff that's on the tablet itself. Like, watch me try to draw a circle. Look, like, it's just instantly rough. It looks horrible. And here's the problem. Notice how the pen and the pad have a ridiculous amount of friction while I'm trying to draw. It's unbearable. The pen should glide effortlessly. So I thought, okay, well, I'll just put some lubricant on it. The only lubricant I had on hand was some WD-40, so I applied a small layer, and wow, I didn't expect it to be that dirty, but it seemed to make the pen glide just a little bit better, so I carried on. But the friction was like one of a million problems. I can't express how inconsistent this is to use. I feel like every time I try to press the pen down, it takes a random amount of force to actually start drawing. Like, sometimes it'll just release mid-line, and other times the slightest little tap will draw a line, and even when I get the lines down in the right places, they come out looking so jittery and so rough because the friction of the pad, even with the lubricant, it doesn't help. I am excited to stop using this thing. I got actually so heated over over this stupid kid's tablet. Okay, the next peripheral we're going to talk about is the V-Smile Smartbook. So when I was a kid, I used to have a Leap Pad. Not the Android tablet, the learning system, where you put a book in there and you touch the book with the pen and it reads it to you. This is like that, but a video game version. I only have one smart book, and it's Toy Story 2. And just to be clear, the game Toy Story 2 and the smart book cartridge Toy Story 2 are completely different things. You plug the smart book into the V-Smile's controller port, you place the book in the thing, you pop the red smart book cartridge in, and you boot it up. And here's the thing, they put an incredible amount of effort into this. Like, of course it does what you'd expect, it reads the book to you, but each page on the right side side has a little game that you can play. In the yard sale scene, the TV will tell you an object to look for, and then once you find it, you tap the page with the pen. In Woody's Roundup, you have to spot the difference between the page and the TV. In the scene where Al is packing for Japan, you have to click and drag the object on the page that matches the hole. And then there's a grand finale boss fight where you have to use the color buttons on the side of the smart book to blast Zurg. I never thought a book would have a boss fight, and it rocked. It was so much fun. After the story, there's a board game page where you and your friends roll the dice and try to get to the end, but some of the spaces you land on send you back or make you lose a turn. At the very end, there's a memory game where you tap the cards and try to match them all. I thought this whole experience was so polished and awesome. I was so impressed by the technology that was at play here. It made me wonder, like, why these sort of mixed media video game things don't exist for adults. This was a blast. I'm pretty sure this is using the same technology as the Art Studio tablet, but because you only really press on single objects and you're not clicking and dragging quite as much, it works so much better. But yeah, we went from a 0 out of 10 directly to a 10 out of 10, so well done, V-Smile Smartbook. I have to admit defeat. The V-Smile, it has everything. Like, I couldn't make this up if I tried. There's a V-Smile dance pad. Here it is, the Jammin' Gym class, in the box. 12 jammin' activities right there, right in front of your eyeballs. Right away, I couldn't help but notice, this thing is tiny. 8, 6, 4. Okay, 8, 6, 4. So you have to jump and then release, is that? Okay. So you release when you're jumping, I get it. That's a pretty good idea. See, the problem with dance pads like this, right, is that every single button is active. There's no safe place to stand, there's no neutral zone, no place to catch your breath or chill out without having to worry that you're pressing 900 buttons at once. You're just, if you stand on this, you're pressing something, and you're navigating menus, and you're activating things, and it's really annoying. Okay, this one makes sense. I get this one. What if I just do it like this, though? What if I just use my big adult foot to stomp on both buttons at once? Yeah, this is pretty cool. It seems like they put a lot of effort into it. The problem is it's too small for my gigantic adult feet. This thing is very, very tiny. It's probably like 2 feet by 2 feet. Like, it is really small. So it's not really compatible with me. But I guarantee you, if I were 4 years old, I would absolutely love this. Like, there's no question about it. Now, it's finally time to talk about the 3rd generation V-Smile console, which is immediately identifiable by the gigantic IR port on the front, only one joystick port, and this port here, which again, we'll get there. As for why it says PC PAL on the front, this specific 3rd generation V-Smile was sold as a bundle with the PC PAL peripheral. Here it is. It is absolutely enormous. It's a full keyboard. You can slide this up to reveal the writing pad. It's got a joystick and an enter button on the sides. And if you flip it over, there's a mouse tucked away into this little port on the back. And on the left side, there's a tiny little mouse pad. But the thing is, the PC PAL is infrared only, so it's not compatible with any other V-Smile except for the 3rd gen. And that explains why this thing is so rare. When I went to go buy one, there were only 2 listed on eBay. So I bought the cheapest one. And when it arrived, I realized the batteries had been left in it for a decade. I'm no stranger to dealing with battery corrosion. If it's surface damage or I need to replace a wire or two, that is no big deal. So I opened it up to assess the damage, and unfortunately, this unit was beyond saving. The corrosion had gone all the way through the wiring harness, destroyed all the traces on the PCB. When this showed up at my doorstep, it was already a corpse. It was dead long ago. So what's the harm in doing a little bit more destruction? And then I threw it directly in the dumpster.
I threw it directly in the freaking dumpster. That's what happens when you waste my time and money.
So I bought the only other listing on eBay, which wasn't cheap, but I needed it to arrive in time for me to include it in the video, so I paid the price. And this one was missing the stylus, and I'm furious because the previous one that I had, the broken one, it had the stylus, and of the spare parts from that I kept, that wasn't one of them. So now I just have to cry that my PC PAL is forever incomplete. Once I got the PC PAL booted up, I was ready to be impressed and see the full potential of this crazy little device. All of that optimism was dashed upon noticing how horribly this hardware performs. Starting with the mouse, it doesn't work. Like, it's a rollerball mouse. I'm very familiar with these because I like retro computers. This thing doesn't work. Like, you can try all you want. It's not gonna leave that top left corner. I tried the mouse pad that came with it, like maybe it was there for a reason. No, it didn't help at all. So I got a proper desk mat. it also didn't help at all. So I'm like, okay, fine, the mouse doesn't work, let's just try the keyboard then. But every time you press a key, it responds half a second later, and each key press is buffered, meaning the signal for each key press is waiting in line for the previous one to complete before you can do another. Now, I know why this happens. It's a limitation of infrared. If you're trying to teach young children how to type, teach that they can rely on the immediate feedback of a key press. The keyboard minigames are incredibly shallow. A basic letter association game, 2 basic key location games. That's it. That's the whole thing. I was hoping the chat game was going to involve typing messages, but no, you don't even use the keyboard at all. You just pick from a multiple choice question using the joystick. The pen games were rudimentary as well. There's a coloring book and practicing writing letters. All the other features I couldn't use because they rely honestly, I'm not surprised that this thing is as rare as it is. The fact that you had to buy a new generation console just to use this makes me wonder why they even bothered. But they actually gave the whole keyboard on vSmile thing another shake with the vSmile Smart Keyboard. The keys aren't amazing, but they're a lot closer to what you'd expect from an actual keyboard. It even has a little stand, so you can type with it angled if you prefer. And it has a cable, so it works on any vSmile console. Now, right away, the Smart Keyboard game is fantastic. As you'd expect, it has a typing tutor. It teaches you where to place your fingers, and then you play whack-a-mole to practice hitting the keys. It's good enough to cover the very basics. And then you move on to vMail, where you compose entire emails to your friends, and then you respond back and forth. This is exactly what I wanted from the chat game. It's great. And then it teaches you how to download an image and attach it to the email. Back in 2007, these skills would have been incredibly valuable for kids to learn. There's also an adventure mode. Viruses have taken over CompuCity, and the kids have to help the little robot people with whatever problem they're facing. So you complete little typing puzzles until you've helped everyone, and then you move on to the boss fights, which are pretty fun, and they have really unique minigames. Not all of them focus on typing, which can be a nice change of pace. And then there's the knowledge zone, where you answer trivia questions about language, computers, or science. It's really unfortunate that this was in 2007, and no one could have anticipated that smartphones were about to take over the world. This was sort of betting on the fact that computer keyboards would be the future, but really computer literacy would only drop from this point, and there was no way for them to know. But I love the earnest effort into trying to make a good keyboard game, like one that covers everything from teaching typing to making an interesting adventure game that's built around it. Like, it fits the educational theme of the vSmile. I just think they did a great job. But now, here's a really big twist. The Smart Keyboard actually came out before the PC Pal by about a year. They went from a fully fleshed out keyboard concept to one that feels so half-baked to the point of being barely functional. Like, maybe they were aiming for different age demographics, but that doesn't forgive all of the hardware flaws. I will not accept that. Okay, so I've acknowledged this port a few times now. It's on a bunch of different vSmile consoles. What is it? This is the V-Link. On one side, it has this proprietary port, which connects to the console, and the other is a USB that you plug into your computer. A bunch of different games support the V-Link in one way or another. It'll say V-Link compatible on the back of the Smartridge. As for what it does, there's a lot of uncertainty. Information about the V-Link is extremely scarce. Even in my research, I wasn't able to come up with much. I asked the vSmile Discord community, and they were kind of just like, I don't know, maybe you can download stuff to it, I'm not sure. But the one thing everyone agrees on is that it enables some internet features. The box says you can save your high scores to it and upload them online, so there used to be some sort of online leaderboard. There were also bonus games I assume you could download from the website and play on the console, but all of that is long gone now, and not much was archived as far as I can tell. I was able to get a copy of the V-Link desktop software, which showed me that this V-Link has some save data from Action Mania for vSmile Motion, but I couldn't do anything with the data aside from delete it, which I couldn't bring myself to do for preservation's sake, obviously. It's strange to hold such an elusive device like this in my hands and still have it be such a mystery, because even V-Link compatible games don't seem to care whether it's plugged in or not. So I reached a dead end with my research, I reached a dead end with the desktop software, and I reached a dead end with trying to get it to do something on the actual console. If there are any reverse engineers or archivists that can figure out what this thing was originally supposed to do, or can even recover some of the exclusive V-Link downloadable games, please let me know, because I'm very interested. Now don't worry, I'm not going to leave you off on a note so unsatisfying, because there is one final console in the V-Smile lineage, one that was so obscure that only 9 games were ever released for the thing. Introducing the V-Flash. It has a 32-bit processor and uses CD-ROM for the games, much like the PlayStation 1. The games are in full 3D, and they even tout creative features like being able to make your own animations. First, let's take a look at the controller. It has a lovely circular gate joystick. The face buttons are a little bit shallow, but still plenty usable. It also has tiny little L and R buttons up here. And of course, they couldn't leave behind the accessibility thing. And I feel like this one is the coolest one of them all. Watch this. You push this switch, and it slowly and dramatically rises up, and then you spin it around and press it back into place. Oh my god, it's so cool! This thing has a ton of potential. This radical controller, fully 3D games, CD-ROM features, I was hype. I was all in. But I hate to say that I know exactly the reason that only 9 games were ever released for the thing. It is awful. It's awful in every possible way that it could be awful. Starting off with the fallible hardware. So this V-Flash that you're looking at was brand new in box. It was expensive too, but I paid that price to get one that was in good shape so it would look nice for the video. The controller ports don't work. It'll load games just fine, but you can't play them because the controller doesn't do anything. So I had to rush order a much more scuffed V-Flash so I could actually play the games. This console is in horrible shape, but it works, and it works beautifully. Next up is the loading. First off, I want to mention the CD-ROM games come in these plastic shells to protect the disc, similar to the PSP UMD, which is a great idea. It's so cool. The way they load into the console, it's satisfying. But of course, because it's CD-ROM, the loading times are horrible. Absolutely dreadful. Oh my god. These games will load for minutes at a time. It takes forever, and they load all the time. Not to mention, these discs are pretty old now, and some of them have succumbed to their age. For instance, my copy of Cars in the Fast Lane, either the game just never starts up, or it'll lock up on the loading screen and never progress. Thankfully, Wikipedia just straight up tells you there's no copy protection, so you can just pirate games on the V-Flash, no modding required. The game disc shell presses this button in the disc tray that makes it read as a game, but the console comes with this plastic bracket for you to play your own audio CDs. So if you burn a pirated copy of a V-Flash game to a CD-ROM, place it in the audio CD bracket, and keep that button held down with some poster tack, it'll just run with no questions asked. I wanted to play the Cars game that I bought, but the disc wouldn't work because it had succumbed to disc rot. Although I am pro piracy, this is a textbook example of game preservation. The next problem is with the games themselves. Never in my life have I been so bored by video games to the point of literally falling asleep. When I was doing the recording sessions for V-Flash games, I nearly dozed off 3 different times, and that is so uncharacteristic of me that I actually got scared that something was wrong with me. Like, am I getting sick? Did I not eat enough? What is happening to me? But no, I looked back through the footage, and the games are just that boring. And it's not because they're for kids, it's not because they're educational. V-Smile games managed to hold my attention fine enough. It's because V-Flash games, specifically, they're tedious and understimulating while still somehow being comforting. There's something about them that's hypnotic, like counting sheep. Whether it be running around as SpongeBob shooting bubbles at robots, running around as Scooby-Doo collecting coins, running around as Shrek collecting coins, running around as Mr. Incredible collecting... How many of these games you collect coins? As for the educational stuff, it's much less integrated than V-Smile stuff was. Like, they interrupt your game with pop quizzes in the same way that mobile games interrupt you with ads. It's so blatant and lame. V-Flash games feel like the absolute bare minimum product. Like, not a single soul that worked on any of these had any passion for video games whatsoever. Oh, and about the creative workshop stuff they touted on the box, it's underdeveloped just like everything else. Every game has some sort of model builder, but all you can do is mix and match from a short list of parts and places to put them. Oh yeah, and making your own animations? How about selecting pre-made animations from a list and watching them in the order you choose? I really feel like I'm expressing my creativity. The only game that did something kinda cool with the creative workshop stuff is the Shrek one, where you can set up your own scripted scene like you're making your own little movie. It also had this cool city builder thing, which actually had some depth to it. Speaking of, if I had to pick my favorite game on the V-Flash, it feels like the one that had the most effort put into it, which is not a high bar to clear. But yeah, if you're having trouble falling asleep at night, I can't recommend the V-Flash enough. But if you're looking for an interesting edutainment experience, please look elsewhere, for the love of God. I truly wish the V-Smile wasn't just a product of its time. I would love to see ambitious and experimental video game consoles like this start to pop up again. But the tough reality is, If the V-Smile were to release today, it wouldn't be a game console at all. It would just be another soulless, homogeneous iPad app. And for as valuable of a learning tool as the iPad can be, it could never replace the experience, say, the SmartBook could bring. Even if you were to plug a keyboard into your iPad, it would be impossible for it to capture the unique charm of the V-Smile Smart Keyboard.
Well,
there's a reason that people are rejecting and going back to vinyl. It's not just nostalgia.
That's weird.
Discovered the love of bringing new context to music. Having your friends over to hang out while the turntable spins is so much more tangible.
No.
It's so much closer to our core.
What the hell?
Smile allow kids to do much of the same thing, but with education. Something as silly as the jam and gym class is going to be remembered so much more vividly by kids than an iPad. If you're a parent or planning on becoming a parent someday, please don't give your kids a tablet. Just don't do it. Young children are the most naturally imaginative creatures on Earth. Give them the tools and the outlet to express themselves instead of selfishly sucking that energy away in exchange for some brief silence. You didn't exist in the early 2000s if you've never seen one of these. This is a Dance Dance Revolution dance mat, often referred to as a DDR soft pad. Back when the DDR craze was in full swing, these things were more common than the common cold. To this very day, you can walk into just about any secondhand store and find a collection of soft pads for basically nothing. That is, if I haven't already gone through and bought them all up for myself. I have way too many of these things, but I just can't help myself. I made my bed, and now I have to lie in it. Soft pads are the crudest possible solution to dance gaming at home. The sensors are inconsistent, they age poorly, they slide all over the place and you have to tape them to the floor, but they're cheap, you can plug them right into your PlayStation, and they're way better than nothing. And that's why soft pads were unavoidable at the time. But Konami weren't the only ones at the ground floor of the dance gaming thing. In fact, there were quite a few contenders, some more cursed than others. So let's autopsy the great dance pad war of the early 2000s. So first up, we've got Cybergroove 2000. You'll never guess which year this game released. It's a DDR clone made by a tiny game dev studio in Taiwan called Front Interactive, who have long since disappeared. It was made to run on Windows 98 and 2000, but it seems to work fine on Windows 11 somehow. Cybergroove 2000 somehow manages to capture the white-hot dance fusion energy of the late 90s in a similar way that DDR and Beatmania does. Aesthetically, I have no complaints. Even it being rough around the edges is on brand. The music selection is insane, but in a good way. There are lots of rave tracks, which are my personal favorite, and also bizarre covers of 25-year-old pop songs, once again, very on brand. The actual dance engine is perfectly fine, like it's plenty accurate, it goes to the music well enough. The animated backgrounds in the dancer is just fantastic. It's so nice. It's unfortunate to say that I didn't get to enjoy this game fully because it seems the down arrow on my Cybergroove dance mat doesn't work. You can play it with a keyboard though, so I put this game up on archive.org if you guys want to try it for yourself. But yeah, when it comes to DDR clones, Cybergroove is up there with the best of them somehow. That being said, I'm going in order from least weird to most weird, so it is only downhill from here, my friends. And next up, we have Soldier. What are you doing under there? Oh yeah, this video is sponsored by Displate. I really love posters, but with the stipulation that they have to exist in a frame, because paper posters age horribly when they're tacked directly to the wall. Wear and tear just gets them looking gross after a while, and putting them in a frame keeps them in good shape. But Displate, they get to skip the whole wear and tear thing entirely because their posters are made out of metal. Their site has a surprisingly huge catalog of licensed IPs with over 2 million artworks available. It's not easy to curate to my niche interests, but they somehow managed it with Atari, Team Fortress 2, and Pac-Man. Mounting displates to your walls couldn't be more painless. You place the protective leaf on the wall, place the magnet on it, and then stick the displate right on top of that. It feels like magic how close it holds to the wall, it just looks like it's floating. And now, Displate has introduced a whole new product line called Textra, which is a premium print finish and adds tactile textures, 3D contours, and selective matte and gloss. It looks spectacular. Use the discount link in the description or type Planet Clue into the discount code box to get one displate for 27% off or 2 or more disc plates for 33% off. And now back to the dance pads. Next up is Dance Master 3, or is it Dance Party 3? Why can't anyone agree on anything anymore? I dread to admit that this thing is a plug and play, fitting with the theme of my last video. This stupid little composite to HDMI box I've been using for a decade conveniently decided to die right when I needed it most. So I'm just gonna point a webcam at the CRT to capture the game footage. Okay, thank you. So of course it's a DDR clone, but on a Femi clone. So this is literally a dance game running on an NES, and it has Take On Me by Aha. And when you select it, they claim they licensed it from Sony Music Publishing. I have a hard time believing that. I think they just stole it and then put that screen there to throw the music companies off their trail. This game is perfectly fine. The steps line up with the song decently. The pad sensors are fine. It's a little bit rudimentary because it doesn't have like a combo number or anything, and each song is way too long, but considering the limitations, it's okay. And for zero reason at all, this plug and play includes a pirated copy of Nintendo's Pinball for NES, which is very weird to play with a dance pad, and also a pirated copy of Tetris, which is also very weird to play with a dance pad. Perhaps it was an elaborate prank to get gamers to fall down. And I'm supposed to believe they licensed the music that's in the game, but they didn't license the Next up, we have Pump Up, the evolutionary dance floor from the year 2000. Something about this exudes a level of quality that the other ones we've looked at so far just don't. Everything from the gorgeous box and pad decal to the pad being noticeably thicker so it doesn't wrinkle as easy, it just looks and feels great. It comes with a copy of the evolutionary dance floor for PC, which is the first Pump PC game released in America. This copy is sealed, and don't worry, I downloaded a rip of the disc on the internet. Problem is, when I try to run the game on Windows 11, it blue screens my computer, so it looks like it's time to bust out the CRT, a Pentium 3, and plug in the USB. I practiced my spins while I waited for Windows 98 to boot up, and of course the game works perfectly fine with no issues whatsoever. I don't know what they did or how they did it, but this is the most consistent soft pad I have ever played on in my life. The sensitivity feels perfect, it feels definitive when you step. I'm amazed. The early Pump PC games are direct ports of the arcade game too, so they played just like the arcade did at the time. It seems that these pads sell for quite a bit, around the $300 range, which makes sense. It's pretty rare and pretty good. But we're not out of the Pump woods yet, because 4 years later they released Pump It Up Exceed SE for Xbox and PlayStation 2. I have both versions, but I prefer the Xbox one, so we're gonna bust out the old Xbox for this one. The Pump Exceed soft pad is very infamously bad in the Pump community, but to be completely honest, it's not much worse than the soft pad status quo. It suffers from a lot of the same exact problems and more. For instance, every single place you can step on the pad is active, so I find myself scrolling around in menus accidentally until I step off of the pad entirely. The port of Pump It Up Exceed is very good though, and it even includes some songs that are exclusive to the home version. If it's not super obvious at this point, it should be. I am a die-hard Pump It Up fan. I have a ton of pride in my collection of Pump It Up items. I'm a big old nerd for this thing. I wake up every morning next to my Pump It Up CX cabinet, and it just rocks. It's just the best. I love you, Pump It Up. Next up, we have the Active Life mat for the Wii, made by Namco Bandai. Now, technically, this is a follow-up to the Power Pad for the NES, which predates the whole DDR soft pad thing by like a decade, but it's a very similar concept to dance pads, so I might as well show it. Active Life Outdoor Challenge for Wii, which included this mat and the game, sold over 1 million units back in 2008, so these mats are also incredibly common at secondhand stores. It's more focused around exercise as opposed to dancing. A bunch of the minigames require you to alternate your feet on the center 2 steps to emulate running or skating, and when you jump, your character jumps, and you have to stomp across the pad to play whack-a-mole. It might be bland and gimmicky in the same way that a lot of Wii games are, but it's passable at the very least, and the soft pad is perfectly fine. Have we really made it to the point where we have to talk about VeggieTales Dance Dance Dance? Yes, we have, and it's awesome. Now, when I say that, I mean that from the perspective of a queer man, but you don't have to be queer to recognize, oh my god, this soft pad is so pretty. It's so colorful and fun, and the contrast is great. The decal is just top tier. This game is really finicky on Windows, so I gotta bust out the Big Mac. The song selection is huge because VeggieTales has a lot of music, but the arrows don't line up with the music very well, and having the notes scroll down the screen instead of up is disorienting. But the soft pad is pretty good. I'd place it right underneath Pump It Up Evolutionary Dance Floor in terms of quality. But the company that made this game, Digital Praise, had a whole backlog of their own. They specialized in specifically Christian music dance games, with their main series being called Dance Praise. I have both 1 and 2 right here, and thankfully the VeggieTales dance mat is fully compatible with them. Dance Praise made their business by cold calling churches across the country to try and sell them bundles of the Dance Praise game with included dance mats, And apparently they did quite well doing so. They made a name for themselves just from that. When you have a product that niche, it almost doesn't matter how good it is if you find the right demographic, and they sure did. But that being said, every single one of these games is unbelievably horrible. Like, I find them morbidly fascinating because the concept is so bizarre, but they are shockingly unfun. I love macaroni and cheese. And I also love dance games. What do those two things have in common? I don't know, but Kraft, the mac and cheese company, sure seemed to think there was some overlap, so they threw their hat into the dance game ring themselves. I couldn't make this up if I tried. Back in 2005, it was very common for junk food companies to promote an active lifestyle to burn off the delicious fats and sugars, and Kraft decided to grab onto the dance game trend to do so. The campaign was called Kraft Active Gaming. For $10, you could send away for the Kraft Gamepad and gain access to 4 original games that can only be played with the pad. First up is Kraft Groove Master, which of course is a DDR clone. It has 6 songs, which seem to all be original. The steps slide on a horizontal track and you step on them when they overlap the picture of the dance pad. It's very weird, and I think the input system is a bit broken because the judgments are wildly inconsistent. I love the aesthetic and I love Shockwave 3D, but Kraft Groove Master is very bare bones overall. The second game is Rockin' the Boat. There are holes in the bottom of the boat spraying water, and you have to step on the holes to stop the water from getting through and sinking your ship. It's dance pad whack-a-mole, but with a seafaring theme. The third game is Soccer Striker, which is a 3D soccer game where you have to step on left and right alternately really fast to run up to the goal and choose one of 3 directions to kick the ball in the place where the goalie is the least likely to block, and then that's it. You just do that over and over. And the final game is Virtual Dojo, an incredibly clumsy and confusing fighting game where you move with the arrows and the shape buttons will punch and kick. It's very difficult not to fall over while trying to play a fighting game on a slippery dance pad. The Kraft Active games offer pretty much zero entertainment value, but the fact that it exists at all is entertainment enough. Every time I look at this dance pad, I'm shocked that it was ever greenlit and produced just because it is so weird. A few years ago, I noticed that the craftactivegaming.com domain was dropped, so I purchased it and I made it lead to an archive of the original page so that it can be preserved forever. Also, if you want to play any of these games for yourself, there are cracked versions of the games in Flashpoint Archive, so you don't need to have the original dance pad. You can just play them with a keyboard. I have one more thing. It's technically not a soft pad, but when am I ever going to have the opportunity to talk about this again? It's a fun and new way to play the game. It's this pad and you hit it with sticks and you play DDR. It's like a really light foam circle. As cool as this idea is, it kind of doesn't work conceptually. You don't get any sort of physical feedback when you hit the dance drum because I'm looking at the screen and not the drum itself. So I'm essentially swinging blindly. I swing, I hit foam, but I don't know how offset I am or if I'm hitting one of the dead zones. But of course, I had to figure out if I could dance on it. It's called the dance drum, isn't it? I gotta dance on it. It went about as well as you'd expect. Well, that's the content. I hope you enjoyed it. Patreon.com/clue. Here's the name scroll for a little while. If you pledge on any tier, you get access to the premium blog and also the VIP lounge, which is a lovely place on Discord to talk to fellow space cadets. And if you can't support financially, that's totally fine. Just hit the subscribe button and I will see you very soon in the next video. Goodbye. I'm so sorry. I got a little excited there. I didn't mean to yell at you. Please forgive me. Plug-and-play TV games were a staple of the early 2000s, and that was for good reason. They were cheap and fun, and they did great. collection of them back in the day. You just pop some batteries in, plug the cables into your TV, power it on, and there you go. You really can't get much simpler than that. All of the most popular plug-and-plays focused on making retro games more accessible. For instance, Namco had a whole line of them that you could play their 80s arcade games on. If you were in the mood to play Pac-Man, Galaga, Mappy at home, these things had you covered. If you wanted to play Atari 2600 games, or even Intellivision games, you better believe there was a plug-and-play for those too. These sort of retro throwback style of plug-and-plays is still popular even today. Here's one that was made in 2018. It plays the NES version of Double Dragon, and that's about it. There is a market for an easy method to play nostalgic video games, and plug-and-plays fill that niche pretty well. But the plug-and-plays I'm going to feature today aren't quite so predictable. There's nothing I love more than weird gadgets from the early 2000s, and plug-and-play games scratch a very particular itch for me. So let's look at some cursed and unholy plug-and-play TV games. I'm gonna go from least weird to most weird, and I can think of no better place to start than the specific SpongeBob plug-and-play from 2003. This thing already would have been so iconic, but the nose joystick really sealed the deal. There are 5 games, let's start from the top. For some reason, I really like Breakout clones, and SpongeBob's Bubble Pop is no exception. The physics can be a little weird, and hitting the barrels at the top of the screen to clear the level can be deceptively difficult, but this game's just fine. Sandy's Surf Adventure is a standard issue arcade-style shoot-'em-up. Invasion of the Hooks, you throw Krabby Patties at the hooks to save your friends. But the real games are these two at the bottom. Patrick and the Maze is great. You explore the maze and try to find your friends while solving small puzzles, collecting power-ups, and playing minigames along the way. But the final game is my absolute favorite. It's the Super Chum Bucket. It's a 2D platformer with stiff movement and precise jumps. You just get to the top of each level while dodging obstacles, and it's super satisfying. But because you can't save, I haven't put in the time to getting all the way to the end. Someday I'll complete it. The 8-bit sound effects and the lack of music may be disappointing, but when I was a kid, it was just cool to see a plug-and-play with original games instead of just another retro compilation. I think they did a pretty good job with this unit overall. I think it's great. And here's another SpongeBob one from 2007, which is surprisingly late. Like, this was after Steven Hillenburg left and the show got bad. Like, the Nintendo Wii was out. Like, it's weird how late this one is. And that makes sense because this is the most technically impressive plug-and-play I have ever seen and probably will ever see. This unit has 4 games, starting with Jellyfish Dodge. When you select the game, it asks you if you want to overwrite your save data, and then it drops you into a level select screen. This thing has a single-player campaign with linear progression and a save system. It's just a plug-and-play. You didn't have to go that hard. You run around smacking a certain number of jellyfish to get the exit to open, or you complete some sort of objective like surviving for 60 seconds. And the next game, Guide and Collide, is a puzzle game where you place blocks to direct jellyfish to SpongeBob so that he can catch them. For lack of better comparison, it's kind of like Choo Choo Rocket. There seems to be a lot of depth and a lot of movements here. If I liked puzzle games more, I'd be all over this, but I don't. So I'm not. And the third game is Snowball Showdown. It's a turn-based artillery game where you choose where to hit your opponent with snowballs. This one's more multiplayer focused, and you pass the controller to your friends back and forth. The final game is my absolute favorite, Sponge Pop. It's a full remake of SpongeBob's Bubble Pop from the 2003 unit, but with better physics, better sound, better animations, more power-ups, just overall better everything. Am I engaging with plug-and-play fan service right now? Is this SpongeBob's Bubble Pop rehydrated? Okay, so let me put into perspective why these plug-and-plays are interesting, right? So at the time in the early 2000s, if you wanted to engage with video games, assuming you already had a TV, you had to buy the console, you had to buy your controller, you had to buy a game, you had to buy a memory card. Video games were not a cheap hobby by any stretch of the imagination. And that level of buy-in was a pretty big investment. But the compromise that plug-and-play TV games offered seemed pretty tempting. For $30, you could throw some batteries in this thing, plug it in your TV, and you get to play a SpongeBob game. Now, did it offer an experience that was on par with Battle for Bikini Bottom? Maybe not, but that was the nature of the compromise. You're compromising some quality in favor of accessibility. But today, video games have never been more accessible. It's not often that you really need to compromise anymore, especially when things like the ROG Ally X exist. A big, huge thanks to ASUS for sponsoring this video. The ROG Ally X is a handheld Windows gaming PC, and easily the best I've ever gotten my hands on, so you can play the top tier SpongeBob game, the latest AAA games, and everything in between wherever you go. Out of the box, it's got 1 terabyte of M.2 2280 SSD storage, which is already more than enough for most people to fit all their favorite games, but if you want more, the storage is upgradable. But fast storage isn't as useful without fast RAM to get those loading speeds snappy. So it's got 24 gigabytes of LPDDR5X 7500 megahertz memory. That's going to let you push more frames and higher resolutions. It's got an 80 watt-hour battery, so you don't need to be constantly camping out next to a power outlet. But when when you do, it's got fast charge, so it can go from 0 to 50% in just 30 minutes. With the high refresh rate screen with controls this good for a device this ergonomic, you're gonna want all the battery life you can get. So check the link on screen or in the description below and check out the Asus ROG Ally X for yourself. I am truly amazed and flabbergasted that this thing is as good as it is, but I've had enough fun. I want to look at something horrible, and I'm gonna show it to you right now. It's the Sleeping Beauty plug and play. I can't blame her for looking so apathetic. I wouldn't be very enthused either if all I had to look forward to is being manhandled by a giant, because she is the joystick. A very uncomfortable one, I'm sure you're surprised to hear. I also hate to admit that it took me a very long time to find the power switch. It's hidden right in plain sight, right here. And don't even act like you would have found it immediately and I'm stupid for not noticing it. There are 3 games. Let's start with Voice of the Forest. You walk around the forest and you gotta find your animal friends. And when you sing, a little icon appears that gives you a hint to where they are. Once you find them, they follow you back to your cottage, and that's how you complete the level. And you have to find more animals each time. Next is Fairies in Flight. You fly upward and blast goons with the correctly colored laser. It's extremely basic and I got bored of it almost immediately. And the final game is Birthday Celebration. You have to stack the cakes like the arcade game Stacker, but you have to make sure the color matches the layer below. I like it, but once again, it's very simple and didn't hold my attention for long. For some reason, these games read like a Game Boy Advance game to me. Something about the presentation feels like it would fit perfectly on the GBA. For a kid's game, it's charming enough, but wow, this joystick is horrible. And whoever decided to add glitter that rubs off on your hands needs to be fired. And next up we have... oh no. No, but like, okay, this is his face, right? This is the face. So this would be his head, right? And then what is he a unicorn? What is this? Why does it look like that? There's something about this, I'm sorry. There are 5 games, and if the music currently playing didn't give it away, they are all absolutely dumpster tier. First off is Streets of the City. You web up goons and beat them up while collecting bags of cash. This game uses all 3 buttons, A to jump, B to web and punch, and the spider button to web swing. The controls are so appalling and inconsistent in a way that I can't even put into words. All I can say is that it's frustrating immediately. If you have one of these things, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Spider Training is the second game. You shoot webs at the bad guys and don't shoot the good guys. It is very one note. Next is Venom's Vindication. Venom will throw bombs down and you have to shoot a web to catch the bombs before they hit the ground. It's really annoying because goons will come from either side and start punching you, but you don't have time to punch the goons and web up the bomb at the same time, so you're just gonna have to take a hit one way or the other. And they expect you to web up 30 bombs in a row. Next up is Escape from the Sewers. It's an old school style 3D maze game where you have to web up bombs before they explode and subdue the lizard occasionally. For 5 full minutes, I explored the entire maze and couldn't find the last bomb. And the game just put me right back at the beginning, like, go on, do the whole thing again. Why are these games designed to be as tedious as possible? And finally, we have Vulture's Venture. You have a little cursor and you press A to shoot a web and block the rockets. It's very fun and very cool, and I love it. Well, that was absolutely dreadful, but we're about to get a whole lot more dreadfuler. I have somehow managed to go my entire life without seeing Spider-Man 3. I would probably really like it, but I guarantee you I will not like this thing. Or maybe I shouldn't speak so soon, because this title screen looks pretty cool. The first game is Stop New Goblin. It's supposed to be an arcade-style shoot-'em-up, but way more confusing because Spider-Man is swinging vertically up and down, but his depth isn't actually changing, like he still shoots at the same height plane no matter where he is. Trying to move around is frustrating because you have to build so much momentum. It feels like dragging a sack of potatoes around, like he's really heavy, making dodging anything next to impossible. And it keeps flashing control prompts on the screen like, do this, left and B, right and B, but you do them and then nothing happens. I don't know why it keeps telling me to do that. This game stinks and I never want to play it again. Next is Symbiote Struggle. You run around as Symbiote Spider-Man beating up thugs, and then you're instructed to web up to the rooftops where you find the next set of thugs to beat up. But the problem is when you're in the rooftop area, once you web swing, you're locked into that web swing arc with no way to correct yourself or cancel it or reorient. So you just swing and you have to hope that you land close enough to where you're supposed to just to fight the same exact thugs over and over. It's incredibly frustrating and tedious. So the next game, Sandman Smash. You fight some thugs leading up to a Sandman boss fight. The fighting feels fine. It's a little bit stiff, but not too bad. The Sandman drops gems, and when you collect a certain number of them, you land a finishing blow that blasts him through the wall into another area. I initially thought the fighting didn't have much depth to it, but then I learned that you can do this cool web throw move on thugs, and when Spider-Man gets his spider sense, it means there's an item in the background that I can pick up and bash into somebody. I didn't like the last game's fighting because I was just fighting thugs over and over, but having the Sandman as a focal point and then the bad guys just as like fodder, it gave the whole thing like a sense of direction, like having an immediate objective that I was supposed to focus on. It's really sick. I was very surprised how much I enjoyed this game. And the final game is Construction Site Fight, where you fight both Venom and Sandman at the same time. The construction site acts like a labyrinth that you have to traverse vertically to find either Venom or Sandman. It keeps things moving. You don't have to keep looking at the same backdrops over and over. It's just a really exciting back and forth of fighting and exploring. And the best part is there are no goons. The fights can be a bit confined to a tiny space sometimes, and also I ended up glitching the game and getting stuck on a wall and I had to reset. I still think Sandman Smash is slightly more enjoyable, but both of these last two games were super fun. Well, this thing really turned itself around, didn't it? It started off really, really bad and then, ended off being really good. I'm super, super impressed. See you later, Spider-you-later, and hello, Cosmo Girl. Very unique design to this plug and play here. These little controllers dock onto the console magnetically. You just pop them off and hand them to your friends. The controllers work like a TV remote. They have an IR blaster in there. If it wasn't obvious based on the design, this is a trivia machine built around Cosmo Girl magazine. Cosmo Girl is essentially the kids' version of Cosmopolitan magazine, so it's chock full of 2005 preteen girl fare. I'm not so much interested in the content of this thing as much as I am the design of it. I just think it's a fascinating device. I would have loved something like this when I was a kid. Since we're on the topic of plug and play games with weird designs, check out this one. It's kinda weird, but it gets weirder. This little port opens up, but what's it for? Well, you've got this virtual pet that docks right into that little port. It's asking me if I want to create a new virtual pet, and I say no. So it loaded up Dan. Hi Dan, I love you. Welcome to Gigapets Explorer. When you start a new game, you get to pick your pet. I'm gonna pick this doggy right here and name him Stonkle, obviously. And when you dock the virtual pet to the console, it says press zap to start TV mode. When you press it, it uploads the data, and then Dan shows up on the TV to hang out with you. In 2006, this would have blown my mind. You meet up with the mayor, and he gives you a tutorial mission where you have to find some gems, and then he sets you free into this absolutely massive world. And there's no run button, so you have to traverse it at walking pace. It is very easy to get lost, because like I said, the map is so huge. And you would think that the missions would give you a sense of direction, but no. The mayor will just be like, oh yeah, find this person, and then doesn't tell you where the person is. So I'm just like, okay, I guess I'll just wander around until I find her eventually. I was playing this on stream, and the mission where you try to find two different kinds of flowers, it's impossible. Like, it's actually impossible. The game will just place flowers randomly across the map. You have to get all of the flowers and then go all the way back to the barn in 2 minutes. It is impossible. I have 20 seconds. I'm just gonna have to hope that I find it because, my God, I don't know where it is. Oh my God! 3, 2, 1. Oh no! I have to go all the way back? Is that a fail? What do you mean? I have to go all the way back? Where's the last flower? Oh, 5, 4, 3. I can't make it back. There's no way. Okay, we're trying it again. We're doing it again. So we're gonna start up here. Okay, yes. Okay, and then we're gonna go straight up here. And I have 30 seconds to find it and get back. So I'm gonna just start heading in that direction because there's only one way back. That's it. I already lose. If I'm already too far away, like that's it. Oh my God! Why does it Tell him no. No. Well, that was pretty neat, but up next we have the Teledoodle. I love the sparkly decal. It has a surprisingly soft analog joystick that feels very nice in the hand, but it is very inaccurate and very frustrating to actually try to draw with. The cursor kind of just slides all over the place, and trying to draw a circle always leaves one side lopsided. This released in 2004, and it's a painting program where you can only use one color at a a time. No paint bucket tool either. You can draw and you can erase, and that's it. You can change tool, which essentially just changes the theme. For instance, chainsawing a log or drawing with rainbows in the sky. It's cute, but there's absolutely no reason why they couldn't have expanded this more. Mario Paint should not be running circles around this thing when there's a 12-year gap between the two. Yeah, sure, you can say it's for kids, but I can think of no situation where a kid wouldn't prefer a piece of paper to the teledoodle. Well, that was dog water, but I have another drawing game here called Win, Lose, or Draw. The video drawing game system. Plug and play, no cartridges required. It claims to be America's favorite TV drawing game. Look how much fun they're having. Say no more, I'm convinced. Let's get this thing out of the box and play some Win, Lose, or Draw, shall we? It shows what you're supposed to draw on the little LCD screen up top, but I immediately ran into an issue. This is missing an essential feature for a drawing tablet. There's no hover to show me where my pen is when it's not touching the pad. So you just have to guess where your previous lines were and continue your drawing from there. And if it doesn't line up, that's too bad. Your drawing is just ruined. It has this really rough layer over the touchpad, like I guess to try and give it some texture, but it was really getting on my nerves, so I ripped it out of there, and the sensitivity was immediately so much better when I removed it. But then I realized, oh, right, it's just a touchpad. I can use my fingers on it. So I came up with a crazy idea. If I tape down the tip of the pen so it's always held down, put a piece of paper over the pad and draw with a pencil on the pad, will it just translate my drawing exactly to the TV? It's a little jank, but yeah, actually, it performed shockingly well. Like, look at the comparison here. Win, Lose, or Draw is a super cool idea. I love this gadget. If it had hover and a slightly better tablet, it would be awesome. Though, that being said, you'd be better off playing this game around a table with a pen and paper, or even better, one of those transparency projectors that teachers used to use. But if you specifically want to play a video game with this concept, Game & Wario Sketch on Wii U is one that I regularly go back to. Okay, we are officially scraping the bottom of the barrel with this one. This is the Versus Max Video Extreme. Now there's a lot going on here. So you have this joystick that only moves in this square gate. Like, this is a gated joystick that only goes in this square, which is insane. Then you have this just circular plate like D-pad. Why? I don't know why they did it like this. I don't know why you would ever design a directional pad that looks like this and functions like this. You have this little wheel thing, which, you know, this tilts back and forth. This is just another D-pad. This just turns left and right. There's no analog. It's just digital. I don't understand the point. And then you have these egg-tastic buttons. Look at these. This rivals the Xbox Duke. Look at these. You cannot get more eggular than this. There's your power switch there. This is just like a lot. This is a lot. This is an alien controller. So there's 50 games on here. I'm not going to look through all 50 probably. I'm just going to, you know, go through a bunch of them and just get the general scope of the thing. Fast Runner, the most basic overhead racing game I have ever seen in my life. Rally Racer, is that the Speed Racer car? The absolute bare minimum for a motorcycle racing game. Bullseye, an incredibly rudimentary shmup. Space Warp, the exact same thing but horizontal instead of vertical. Critters, you swing a net at a butterfly, and when you catch it, it says, "You get it," on the bottom. Pipe, you roll a ball around and try not to fall in the holes, and when you do fall in the holes, it resets you back to the beginning. Rollerboard, you roll a ball into the star hole, and then you do it again. Trackball, you very slowly go along a track and get to the end. Sky Patrol, it's a reskin of the same shmup from earlier. Race and Chase, it's a very slow clone of Rally X. Jungle Protector, it's another reskin of the shmup from earlier. North Territory, another reskin of the exact same shmup. Get Home, it's a clone of Toy Pop, but you play as a penguin. Solaria, it's another clone of the same shmup. Firefighter, it's a breakout clone, but you throw the firefighter at people to rescue them from a burning building. I actually kind of like this game just because of how weird it is. Speed Racer, okay, you can't use that image. That's like definitely copyrighted. Oh, it's just a reskin of the motorcycle racing game from earlier. Okay. Bounce, it's a tennis this game where you press A at the right time and you will always hit the ball back. Off-Road Racer. It's a very, very slow clone of Bump and Jump. In Challenge 100, you play as Keropi and you try not to get squished by the top of the screen. Crazy Hit. It's whack-a-mole. Dump and Go. Oh, it's the motorbike racing game, but with truck instead. Okay. Elfland. You play as Casper the Slug and you touch enemies the same color as you and they die. Gears. Okay, that's definitely Speed Racer. You can't use that. That's copyrighted. How many times are they gonna reskin the exact same overhead racing game? Rocket Rider. Oh my god, it's the same 2D racing game again. Pro Tennis. Nice artwork. Oh, it's that mobile game where you try to line it up with the one above. Okay, I've gone through half of them. I'm not gonna look at the rest. This is just Action 52, but more boring. Because at least Action 52 is like funny. This is just lame. Now, if you thought 50 games were a lot, check this out. The Game Station plug-and-play game system with 300 video games. How many video games does one man need? How many? 300? That might be too many. In 2016, I bought this thing at a Barnes & Noble for $30. Was it worth it? Let's find out. Let's just slide the whole thing out of here. So we have the main unit right here, we have the second player controller, and we have a tennis racket. Now the first question that I have to ask is, what is that on the left? Oh, don't worry, that's just the select button. Watch how it recedes. They could have made this, that. They didn't. Somehow, the D-pad is even worse than before. Look how far it sticks out from the console. Oh, look at the travel on that. And if you look at the back here, USB port. Now, my first thought was, oh, I'll stick a flash drive in there and, I don't know, run some ROMs or something. But no, that's just the second player controller port. You plug the second controller in there, and then your friend can play too. I don't know why you would want to bring your friends on to play this, but you can. Now, on first glance, you might be like, oh yeah, yellow, white, red, whatever. But what? Why is this a USB? We have two ways to power this thing. You can power it with the batteries, or you can power it with the USB. It's very nice to have the option, actually. Very forward thinking. I gotta give them some credit for that one. So there actually are 300 games on here. I'm not gonna bother going through all of them. I'll just pick out some ones that look interesting and highlight them. Heroes Mice 2. Oh, I'm trying to punch the mice up. So I'm punching them back up. I don't know what I'm gaining from this. Invincible Girl. What could that be? All right, here's the problem with this, right? I have no idea what's going on, so I'm having a lot of trouble trying to summarize this. Oh, I thought my objective was to break out, but now I'm not sure. The thing that always baffles me every time I look at one of these is that someone had to sit down and like develop all these and like make the sprites and make the art. It had to go through some form of like quality control. Like it had to go through bug testing. Just for me to look at it and be like, I don't understand. I don't get it. Mummy, can I play repair urgently, please? Please, Mummy? I did all my homework. Ah, I have to repair urgently. Oh, dear. That one. I want to play Magic Johnny. Magic Johnny, yes! Is that Pikachu in a wrestling mask? Because nutrition sucked by all- Wait, what? No, I wanted to read that. No, it's going by too fast. No! 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 This is the story of Magic Johnny. Because nutrition sucked by the huge monsters, soar all the plants have shriving won. This atmosphere of peace has been destroyed. The green land is becoming to wasteland, and people's lives were also threatened by monsters. Go that way, magic flower! Till one day, a little hero called Johnny has come up. I have come up. He must defeat all these monsters by his magic flower. Magic flower, use your fart power! So Magic Johnny's power is that he can spawn a giant rose that eats his enemies. Okay, Magic Johnny, that's a pretty good magic power. Crystal Blast. Yes, Crystal Blast, let's go. Stage 1. Hit him, hit him. Yes. Yes, I have done.
Hey, I've got something I need to tell you. It's very
I
intense.
missed that one.
Oh, really?
Each one of these
Tell me when the
games
screen flips.
offers like
All right.
5 seconds of entertainment.
That was the
value.
last
It doesn't
of it.
have to
Really
be
crazy.
entertaining. They already
Wow.
made the
Let's just
sale.
let that sink
Like if
in.
you got this far, you already paid for it.
Oh, hey.
Witcher Clan Mirror Devil World. What do I do? What am I supposed to do? Okay, I don't get it at all. Like, I don't understand, even a little bit. What is going on? Nutcracky. I gotta see Nutcracky. What did that say? 7... Save... Inks. Hello, princess. I'm coming for... Okay, that's it. Well, this is terrible. Pizza boy. Oh my god, this music. I tried to deliver pizza and then she disappeared. What's going on? Wonderball. Why do I get points sometimes and other times I don't? I'm not controlling anything, it just kind of happens on its own. I'm actually kind of blown away by how unbelievably confusing these are. I'm pretty sure these games were made by actual aliens because I am not interpreting any of this. Let's try Lucky Ball. Wait, what? This is Nintendo Pinball. Oh my god, this is actually a pirate game. This is Nintendo Pinball for NES, so they just reskinned. Air Umbrella. Wait a minute. Is this gonna be... This is Balloon Fight. This is another pirated Nintendo game. You can't do this. This game might be literally 40 years old, but Nintendo will still sue you for including it in a compilation illegally. Penguin. Oh my god, it's Nuts and Milk. This is another pirated Nintendo game that they just reskinned to be penguins. Why? So they put just a bunch of homebrew crap near the beginning of the compilation, and then later on they were just like, nah, we'll just put all the pirated Nintendo games near the end. No one's gonna scroll that far. They're probably right, too. That's the funny part. So about the little table tennis racket that it comes with, I tried it out on stream. Here's a clip of me trying it out on stream. For those wondering, it's just an IR blaster. When you swing, it sends a button press command to the console. Yeah, it's really simple, but it feels really nice. They nailed the sensitivity. How? Why does this work better than the GoGo TV? I'm furious. So this thing has mostly original games, and then they started getting a little illegal with it towards the end. Now, some of these plug-and-plays show nowhere near that level of restraint, because the Mega Joy 2 is just obvious, blatant piracy territory. I mean, look at this thing. They're not even trying to hide it. Like, this is just a Nintendo 64 controller. Now, I'm not trying to sound like I'm anti-piracy. Pirating from Nintendo is always morally correct. However, let me make this abundantly clear. I am not pro bootleg. Redistributing copyrighted assets for free for the sake of preservation is cool. Redistributing copyrighted assets for profit or for personal gain, not cool. Very bad. It's fascinating because this spawned an entire line of Famiclone bootlegs that were so prolific that Nintendo took legal action against them. This is one of many. I have 3 of them and you will see them after this. Before we boot this up and take a look at it, I just want to show you the anatomy of this thing. So you got your video ports here. You got a power adapter slot there. It's 6 volts. You have this weird battery cartridge on the back. So you're supposed to like open this up, place the batteries inside of this little plastic case, and then that slots into the back here. This one is so old that the battery slot thing doesn't slot in anymore. It just kind of blasts out of there. The reset button is here, so that sends you back to your start and select buttons here, which is a crime because you know that on the N64 controllers it's A and B. But the A and B buttons are here. There's B and A, and then there's Turbo B and A up here. It's a very weird thing. Let's go boot it up. Look at this thing with all the cables coming out of it. It looks like it's on life support. So when you boot it up, it says educational 8,001. Let's see if there's really 8,000 games. Oh my god. Oh my god, how could they even put that many games on this thing? They're using a really cool optimization trick called lying. There are only 76 actual games on here, and they just repeat them until the number reaches 8,000. So let's try out Mickey Safari Land. I think I know this game. This is Mickey's Adventures in Numberland. How did they get the rights to that? They didn't. They stole it. They included Duck Hunt, Hogan's Alley, and Wild Gunman, but you can't play any of these because there's no gun. Like, there's no way to use the gun. Look, here's Lode Runner, one of the most popular NES games ever made, and it's just It's just on here. Look, here's Nuts and Milk, which for some reason is on every pirate console ever made. I mean, good choice. This game rocks. I just think it's funny that for some reason Nuts and Milk is the one Famicom game that's on all of these. But yeah, look, it's Nintendo's Ice Climber. There it is. There's so many Nintendo properties on this thing, you'd think it's Super Smash Brothers. I mean, the problem with this thing is that it's just really uninteresting just because it's all NES games that are unchanged. And it's like, yeah, no, I know what NES games are like. I play a lot of them, but it's like, what am I supposed to say about this? Like, I've said everything there is to say, so I'm just gonna move on. And now for the Super Joy 3, very obviously cut from the same cloth. Look at these things. A couple of major differences, namely this fake joystick. This is just hard plastic. It doesn't move. I don't know why it's here. It is genuinely baffling to me. Why didn't they just leave it out like they did with this one? I mean, these are probably not made by the same people. There were probably like 900 million different Chinese factories pumping these things out back in like 2001. But also, look at this button placement. How could they do this? Look at that distance. Second controller port. And the joystick number 2. So look, they didn't forget the gun capability this time. But also, prepare yourself. They put an entire cartridge slot right on the back, and when you hold it, you can feel the cartridge slot with your fingers. It really digs in back there. It's very nice. Okay, well, this should look familiar. We've seen this before, but the difference is when you press reset, it says, fun time. Look at this. They put the king of video games on here, just totally blatantly straight out in the open. This level of recklessness is what got these guys sued, because you can't just be going around putting Mario on your pirate console. You just can't. Okay, yeah, we've seen the whole pirated NES games thing before. It's nothing new. But what is new here is, check this out. I got my Famicom cartridge right here. This is the iconic, the fabulous Hudson Soft Nuts and Milk from 1984. Duh! It just sticks out like that. And here's how you have to hold it when you do that. Like, you just have to hold it like that. What other option do you have? Turn her on, and look at that. Nuts and Milk. It's running straight off the real Famicom cartridge. Finally, I can play Nuts and Milk using my real cartridge. Okay, but jokes aside, this is actually really cool. Like, this is a pretty convenient way to test my Famicom cartridges. It's pretty good. And then we have another one cut from the same cloth again, the Power Joy. This one's got a few weird differences to it. Number one, check out this joystick. It actually moves, and it actually does function, although it's just an 8-directional digital D-pad, just shaped differently, of course. Now, why is it shaped like this? Well, they put the gun right there. It's just right in the middle of the controller like that. That's really sick, actually, and it feels very comfortable to hold. Like, that click is nice, too. And of course, you've got the second player controller port, and it comes with a very crappy controller for the second player with PlayStation buttons, inexplicably. Yeah, whatever, we've seen this before, who cares? So let's get this thing booted up and see what it's like. Power Joy with some MS Paint geese and some MS Paint roses. Are these all shooting games? Let's try Falling Block. Falling Bricks. I wonder what game this is going to be a clone of. Oh, yep, this is pirated Tetris. Oh, whoa. That ain't no Tetris like I've ever seen. I hate this. Oh, no, this is cursed Tetris. Panzer Flying Car. Okay, a very bare bones 2D racing game. Okay, yeah, it seems like most of these are shooting games, so we're gonna have to do something a little drastic. Oh yeah. It is definitely CRT time. For those uninitiated, LCD screens don't work with light gun games. You gotta get a CRT like this one. So I've got the Power Joy right here. I'm about to shoot at the screen like that. All right, so I'm about to start off with Shoot Copter. Let's go. Oh, it's a Hack of Duck Hunt. Of course it is. Okay, hit that one instantly. Just, if it's not clear on camera, I'm probably like 2 feet away from the screen. So not far, but I wanted to, I wanted the gun to appear on camera. This is working perfectly. Absolutely perfectly. So yeah, it's just a Hack of Duck Hunt, but they replaced the ducks with helicopters for some reason. All right, we're about to get a perfect game. Let's see if I get a, yeah, absolute perfect game. Yeah, this feels incredible. It is like exact. Okay, let's try Shooting 600. Let's try that. Oh, okay, this is the Duck Hunt Shooting Cans game. They replaced the sprite with something. They look like little birds or something. I can't even tell. No, not that one. I think it doesn't know which one I'm aiming at sometimes. There we go. Okay, I was definitely aiming at the bottom one and I hit the top one. Okay, I don't get that. If anything, it's overly sensitive. Like they need to reduce the sensitivity. I'm guessing shoot glass is gonna be clay pigeons. Let's see. Yep, clay pigeons. Okay. Okay, got that one. Nope, I ran out of shots. So I missed the left one, hit the right one. All right, cool, got both of them. Yeah, so this is really good. It struggled in the cans game, but this feels perfect. Wow, that feels really nice. What happened to light gun games? We need to bring them back. Well, that was really fun. This thing works pretty good. I gotta give it to them. But there's still one trick it has up its sleeve. Let's get to that now. The Power Joy cartridge, PJ008. You shove this right into the back here. Now this cartridge slot is, it's really crunchy. I'm sure you heard that. But yeah, let's boot this up and see what's on the cartridge. 84 and 1. Okay, is this just going to be more pirated NES games? Because I have had more than enough of that. It looks like these are just pirated NES games. You got Pac-Land, Load Runner, Paperboy. Finally, I have a way to play Aladdin 3. Oh, it just goes right into it. No title screen or anything, huh? Okay. I mean, we kind of all knew what to expect. Pirated NES games, you know, they're pirated NES games. They're very uninteresting. Just like every trend, plug-and-plays were squeezed for their every drop of potential for the sake of capitalism. But even then, it's weird to see how much range they had. Some were simply retro game compilations, some were entirely original, some were trying to be game consoles of their own, and some were just straight-up illegal bootlegs. The concept of some game developers being tasked to make a SpongeBob game on what was essentially 20-year-old system-on-a-chip hardware at the time is fascinating to me. Limitations breed innovation. The modern day equivalent would be seeing what people can do with the Raspberry Pi, Arduino, or FPGA. And I love all that stuff too, so it should be no surprise that plug-and-play TV games will always hold a special place in my heart. Hey, thanks for watching my video. I really appreciate it. Here's the Patreon name scroll I want to talk about. So if you go to patreon.com/clue and subscribe on any tier, you get invited to the Clue's House Discord server, and there's a channel in there that's exclusive for supporters called the Premium. They get to see all of the cool stuff that I'm working on at the time. So, you know, previews, early releases for like game modding stuff whenever I decide to do that, that kind of thing. And it's really cool, you know. I also wanted to ask you guys how you feel about this format. Like I haven't done the here's a bunch of interesting things kind of format in a while. I used to do that a lot back in like the sort of iDog era. I haven't done it in a bit, so I wanted to bring that back. But yeah, I just wanted to thank you again for your support. It's something that I definitely don't take for granted. And if you can't hop on the Patreon, that's totally fine. Just keep an eye on my videos and hit the subscribe button and I'll be okay. So sayonara, Space Cadets. I'll see you guys next time. Plug-and-play TV games were a staple of the possibly the worst video game Nintendo has had the misfortune to publish. Avoid at all costs. This is disgracefully bad. It's hard to believe that the critics at Eurogamer would direct such scathing words towards an innocuous Mario game. But at the time, they weren't the only ones. In fact, the consensus was quite clear. But how did this even happen? How did Nintendo release a product that was so universally hated that we're still hearing the echoes of disappointment to this very day? Let's find out together, shall we? I have always considered my browser to be a means to an end, a tool that gets me from point A to point B like a Toyota Camry. But instead, Opera GX, the sponsor for this video, is like the Lamborghini of the browser world. It's big, it's loud, it's obnoxious, and it's packed to the gills with gaudy and ridiculous features. You can customize every single aspect of the browser with GX mods. You can browse the GX store, and they even have mods that align with my stupid and terrible taste, for instance Garfield, or Yika Postmodern RPG. And these mods have their own background music, keyboard sounds, tab sounds, color themes, wallpapers, and the ability to tweak them to your exact specifications. In the GX corner, there are GX Games, which is a collection of indie games that are personally curated, and you can play them right in Opera GX. And completely genuinely, Ubercat Overdrive is one of the best games I've played this year. But now Opera GX is even smarter, because you can click this button right here, and it opens up a panel that goes straight to ChatGPT, and I can ask it this particular question, and ooh, yikes. You convinced yet? Smash that link in the description to check out Opera GX for yourself. I'll be the first to admit that I am not a big Nintendo fan. I'm not usually one to go out of my way to defend the company or their games, but regardless of my feelings, the Mario franchise has a legacy of exceptional quality. It represents nothing short of the gold standard for video games, but having a reputation that strong is as much of a curse as it is a blessing. Nintendo is always under the microscope, and if they slip from their status quo even the tiniest bit, the wave of criticism will be swift and unforgiving. There is no period in Nintendo history where that was more true than in the early 2000s. The Y2K era of Nintendo spoke to me so much because they were completely unpredictable. The games they would release would be so esoteric and experimental to the point of being downright bizarre, because that's just what they did. That's what Nintendo was good at. And yet, simultaneously, fans had never been more divided. Every single major Nintendo release was met with backlash, which, if you look at the big picture from back then, it actually wasn't that unreasonable. Nintendo had set a precedent of making a promise and then delivering something completely different to what they promised. When the GameCube was announced at Space World 2000, they showed some demos to prove what the console was capable of. Among those demos were Meowth's Dance Party, Link battling Ganondorf, and Super Mario 128. Fans came away from the event excited for a new GameCube Pokemon game, a beautiful new Zelda game, and the long-awaited sequel to Super Mario 64. But instead, what actually ended up releasing was a spin-off Pokemon game where you watch TV with Pikachu, a squishy cartoon Zelda game that seemingly came out of nowhere, and a Mario game where you roleplay as a janitor to clean up slime and graffiti. There's nothing wrong with putting out a teaser, of course, but these teasers accentuated the already prevalent issue of Nintendo's marketing being misaligned from the actual product. Gamers felt like they were being misled, and you can't really blame them. Nintendo said they were making a Kirby game for GameCube. Alright, Kirby game on the GameCube, this is gonna rock. No, just kidding, it's a spin-off kart racing game. They announced a new Yoshi game for Game Boy Advance. Yeah, we love Yoshi, but what they didn't say is that you have to tilt the Game Boy Advance all over the place to play it. And when they said they were making a Donkey Kong game for GameCube, fans were raising their eyebrows like, surely this is not going to be normal, right? No, of course not. You have to plug in a stupid bongo controller and slap the bongos and clap your hands like an ape. And that is how you play the video game. Back then, the dissonance between Nintendo and their fans was palpable. It took a long time for Nintendo and the fans to see the GameCube era as anything but a failure, when, ironically, they had never been more ambitious. There were so many games from the time that are absolutely irreplaceable. Animal Crossing, Chibi Robo, Luigi's Mansion. When it comes to experimentation, you have to take the good with the bad. The jump from Super Metroid to Metroid Prime was so insanely huge that I'm very willing to forgive some wonky controls and some weak storytelling. But because people were already unhappy with Nintendo at the time, critics would take tiny missteps like that very personally, which is especially bizarre in retrospect now that these games are heralded as absolute masterpieces. All of the anger that people had towards Wind Waker on release faded away as time went on, and now is considered to be not only one of the best of the series, but one of the greatest video games of all time, pretty much universally. Surely that would imply that these games were always great, and it was just a difference in perspective that prevented people from seeing that. But what's even more weird is when you consider the Nintendo games from that era, where the generally accepted opinion never got any sort of revision. And the subject of this video fits perfectly into that description. In 2005, Nintendo released Mario Party Advance for the Game Boy Advance, and it's one of the most unique, misunderstood, and avant-garde Nintendo games of the last 20 years. It's a game that's very difficult to categorize, and that is exactly the problem. Mario Party and party games in general are fast-paced multiplayer experiences. You're supposed to have your friends over, pass out the controllers, and compete with each other. It's a Mario game that you play when you're having a party. So when Nintendo releases a game called Mario Party Advance, you would anticipate that it is Mario Party on the Game Boy Advance. And the marketing even reflected that. But the game that actually released is not that, not even close. It's a single-player, story-based experience where you explore a wacky board game world, go on fetch quests, solve puzzles, play minigames, and earn collectibles. So when players bought the game, rightfully anticipating for it to be Mario Party, and discovered that it wasn't what they were promised, they left a bad review. And as a result of that, Mario Party Advance holds a literal Guinness World Record for worst received Mario game. This game is so verifiably hated. It's fascinating. But you know how public opinion on Wind Waker gradually shifted to be in favor of the game? Mario Party Advance, even though it was from the same time in Nintendo history and suffered a similar fate, still manages to be in a permanent state of bad game deadlock to this very day. Does that mean it's an exception? Is it actually just a bad game and that's why people still hate it? To answer that question directly, no, it is just a marketing issue. Nintendo's absolute weakest links from the time were their PR and their marketing. It felt like when fans wanted Nintendo to zig, they would zag every single time, and it was really frustrating. And it didn't help that their products were too unpredictable to actually market properly. How do you market Chibi Robo, Doshin the Giant, Cubivore? These games are masterpieces, but they're literally so weird that they're impossible to market, so they ended up failing commercially. I am obviously very willing to believe that Mario Party Advance began its development as a handheld version of Mario Party, but I imagine they ran into some technical issues and some game design challenges that required them to rework it from the ground up, and that's why the early marketing doesn't line up with the final product and why fans felt like they were being misled. But ultimately, the only reason this game is hated is because of the title. It opens the door to comparing it to a series of games it is nothing like. And that's not the fault of the fans, and that's not the fault of the critics. It is the fault of Nintendo, because a spin-off should never stray from the source material as much as Mario Party Advance does while still sporting the name. As far as I'm concerned, that is a valid criticism, but I've seen over and over again that at the time and in retrospect, gamers do not have the ability to look at this game in a vacuum. It cannot be considered on its own merits. So I've taken matters into my own hands. This game is now called Mario's Carnival Quest. It features Mario and friends. The word carnival sums up the setting of Shroom City well enough, and quest implies it's an adventure game and not a party game. This is not a Mario Party game. Maybe it was at some point early in its development, but that's not the product that was released, so the original title's gotta go. If you're looking for Mario Party content, look elsewhere, because this is Mario's Carnival Quest, a different game entirely, as it always should have been. With all of that out of the way, oh my god, we can actually talk about the content of the video game instead of just everything that surrounds it. Mario's Carnival Quest begins by welcoming us to Party World, a magical place dedicated to partying high above the sky with lots of games and gadgets for everyone to play with. But peace would not be held for long as Bowser and Koopa Kid attack. All the games and gadgets are stomped from Toad's hold and dropped straight down to Shroom City below. The Shroom City residents discover that above and take them for themselves. So Mario and friends have to trek through Shroom City and talk to the locals and do whatever it takes to convince them to give the games and gadgets back and return Party. He's the final target after dealing with Shroom City's residents. Mario's Carnival Quest is a single-player adventure RPG. The primary gameplay loop consists of navigating a wacky board game world, showing up at a location in Shroom City, talking to characters, and going on quests for them. These quests can be as simple as completing a minigame, fetching some item they need, or even answering a trivia question in exchange for a gadget. But on the opposite end, you have quests that are exceptionally unique and weird, which end up being the highlight of the game. This is an RPG, so there are a lot of characters, and you spend a lot of time talking to them. Thankfully, paying attention to the characters in this game isn't difficult to do because the dialogue is concise and interesting. It isn't designed to have too much depth, but there is a story to be found, and there are some plot threads you can trace between quests. One of the major plot threads that goes throughout the entire game is Toad Force 5. It's this anime that everyone in Shroom City is raving about. You don't get to actually watch the show, but you do end up picking up little details about characters and the plot just by interacting with people that are more than happy to nerd out about it to you. And you have to actually pay attention to this in-universe fictional TV show because some residents won't hand over a gadget to you unless you can recite specific Toad Force 5 trivia. There are some recurring characters that are a lot of fun, like Shroomlock. He's a detective and a self-proclaimed master of deductive reasoning, but the whole joke is that he's generally incapable. Either the pieces he fits together are so incredibly obvious, or he takes credit for the solution the player came up with. The way they set up his dialogue with the other Shroom City residents is really funny, and it's always a delight to see him wander up to the scene. My favorite quest with him is the bank heist. You roll up to the bank where there's been a robbery, but there were only 3 people at the scene, and it was pitch black when the crime almost done. You go and do an interview with the 3 suspects, and you can tell who's lying because they claimed they saw something, but they couldn't have seen anything because it was pitch black in there.
It was Paratroopa all along. Case closed. He's going to jail.
And of course, we can't forget about another recurring character called Mr. E. He loves unsolved mysteries and will spontaneously appear at the site of one where he contributes absolutely nothing. But as soon as the situation becomes a little dicey, he's a total coward, and just as quick as he appeared, he's gone. My favorite scene with him is when he wants to solve the mystery of the locked treasure chest. When you unlock it, we find out he is not invested in the actual treasure whatsoever. In fact, he completely loses interest because the element of mystery is gone, and soon enough, so is he. Goodbye, Mr. E. There's a bunch of fascinating ways the game interacts with the player using these characters. One that sticks out to me the most is when you talk to the Bob-ombs, they tell you there's a secret base that Big Bob-omb is hiding in, and I want to meet him. So you're given the runaround to prove yourself. You gotta go learn the password and then bring it back to him. And when you do, he gives you a hint as to how to access the secret basement in the mushroom condo. When you roll up to the condo, you have to highlight the blank space beneath all of the floors and select it. And then that takes you to the secret basement where the Bob-omb gang is. That is insanely cool, and it made me feel so clever for finding it as a kid. This game puts a pretty big exclamation mark on unrequited love, and it's hilarious. There's this one quest where Petal Guy has a crush on Flutter, and you have to deliver his love poem to her. But when you get to Flutter's place, it turns out that Petal Guy followed you, and he busts into her house to profess his love to her in person, which creeps her out so bad that she leaves her own home and leaves Petal Guy in there. Like he's still in there. He's in her house. But she just can't catch a break, okay? Because when you talk to her on her own, she says that she has a crush on this other guy, and you gotta go talk to him, where you find out that he is a literal giant eyeball and is also not interested in her. And you have to go back to give her the bad news that she got rejected by an eyeball. I can't imagine what that would do to someone's ego. And Mr. I, he doesn't even care that he broke this girl's heart because he has a crush on Princess Peach. And so you have to switch to Princess Peach and talk to him, and he fanboys out super hard and professes his undying love to her. And shockingly, Princess Peach does not, in fact, want to date a giant floating eyeball. So Peach is just enabling Mr. I's unhealthy parasocial affection for her to get one step closer to saving Party World. I just feel really bad for Flutter. She's really going through it right now because she got creeped on and she got her heart broken. There's this really cute quest where you meet a dolphin comedian and he's having trouble getting people to laugh at his jokes. So you have to listen carefully and press A to laugh at the punchlines. But if you laugh at the wrong time, you'll fail the quest because everyone will know you're faking it. Another one that I really like is when Sniffit moved into a house specifically because it was haunted and was very disappointed when he didn't see any ghosts. So you have to go over to the haunted graveyard and ask the ghost what's up. And they're just like, oh, yeah, we forgot we were supposed to haunt that place. We'll be right there. The ghosts show up and Sniffit is ecstatic. He's so excited. I love that this game doesn't take itself too seriously, and there are so many quests that reflect that casual style of humor. The biggest reward for progressing the game is getting to see Bowser, because the Bowser quests are gradually unlocked as you complete missions. In the same way they flesh out the personalities of all these goofy Mario enemies, Bowser gets very much the same treatment. He's super likable and silly, and his dialogue and quests are just awesome. Here's a few of my favorites. Bowser challenges the player to shoot 3 soccer balls into the goal while he's the goalie. But the joke is that you have to just kick it right between his legs and you'll get the goal every time. Bowser goes to Mount Frostbite. He's covered in snow and freezing, and you have to tell him jokes to warm him up. But then my favorite Bowser quest of them all, you, the player, have to marry Bowser. You think I'm joking. You think I'm pulling your leg. I'm not. And I'm very grateful that I'm not. You go on a romance quest and you have to bring Bowser the perfect gift. He gives you a riddle, which when deciphered shows that you have to buy a ring and bring it back to him and propose. I think the joke is supposed to be that no one would want to marry Bowser because he's like a scary monster. But the joke's on them because I put the ring on his finger. The King of the Koopas is my husband now and we're in love. This game is so earnestly quirky and weird. I love it. It feels like it was made for me. And it would be a major disservice for me to highlight every single cool quest in the game because I want you guys to play this for yourselves. This game rocks. Now, this is the part where we have to ask the question, why in the world is this game so so hated. I already described all the external circumstances that caused so much distaste out of the gate, the marketing, the fandom, people's expectations, etc., etc. But is there anything about the game's design itself that could cause so much hatred? Well, there definitely are some things that are worth criticizing, and I'll get to that. But even the scathing review that Eurogamer put out couldn't give me a hint as to what those things could be. This review consistently mentions bad design while dancing around the topic of actually determining what design decisions didn't work. Instead, the author would rather superficially label every activity they engaged with as stupid and dumb and boring. How many games does the tubby plumber and his dysfunctional friends need to star in exactly? If it's not extremely obvious, this review wasn't made with the intent of criticizing a piece of art. It was made so the author could self-indulgently disparage Mario games for seemingly no reason. I have never in my life seen a game review that is this blatantly cynical. And the funniest part is, I know for a fact that the author only played this game for maybe 20 minutes. If they played it for longer than that, let alone got anywhere near endgame, the actual game design problems would illuminate themselves. I have played through this game 100%, probably 10 times in the last 6 months while working on this video. I am deeply familiar with this game's flaws. So here are my criticisms, which were created out of passion as opposed to obligation. So, as it stands, navigating Shroom City is really annoying. Rolling a low number, landing on a minus space, or encountering Koopa Kid are entirely based on random chance, so it often feels like I'm being punished for no fault of my own. This game loves random chance so much that there are 5 mandatory gambling games that you have to complete in order to beat the game. You just have to hope the odds will be in your favor 5 different times just so you can progress the story. If you haven't played this game before, you have no idea just how much of a nuisance the mushroom challenges can be. Let me explain. When navigating Shroom City, Mario's in a little car, and you roll the die, and then your car can move that many spaces. Every 3 dice rolls, the game screeches to a halt, and you have to play a randomly selected minigame. In my 4-hour playthrough of the game, I was interrupted by a mushroom challenge minigame 68 times. So on average, I had to play a minigame once every 3.5 minutes. Most of the minigames, they're fine, right? But because of the way Shroom City is set up, they don't end up being much fun at all. So for instance, look at this map, right? This is a quest from Goombob, where I have to go from his place all the way down here to the beach to get him a seashell. On the way there, I'm interrupted by 3 mushroom challenge minigames. I get the seashell, and then I'm interrupted by 3 more on the way back. I lost 15 minutes playing minigames that were imposed on me when I just wanted to focus on the task I was given. So forgive me for not being wide-eyed and excited about the minigames when they're so aggressively phrased as an obstacle. It's hard not to fantasize about what it would be like if the mushroom challenges just weren't there. But then things start to fall apart. If there's no mushroom challenges, then how do you refill the mushroom counter? If you can't refill your mushroom counter, then how do you roll the dice to move the car? Why is there even a car in the first place? Why can't Mario just run around on his own? Are these all just a million different artificial roadblocks in my way specifically to make getting from point A to point B as annoying and tedious as possible? And that's when it hit me. That's what literally every RPG does. Having a page turn action in your RPG is so commonplace. It's a staple of the genre. In most RPGs, it would be turn-based battling, but in this game, it's the mushroom challenge minigames. Yeah, I find the constant interruptions annoying, sure, but think about how much people claim to hate random encounters in RPGs. For such a dramatically disliked game design trope that it wouldn't persist, but it does. And that's because it works. It builds anticipation, it provides variety, it gives a progressive feeling of growth, and getting to see what happens next in the story is your underlying motivation. If the minigames were less intrusive, the mushroom challenge concept could serve to highlight the story and make it feel more exciting after a grueling trek to get there. Maybe the game wouldn't be as fun if there was nothing in the way of Mario getting from place to place, and that's why the mechanics are the way they are. So my natural natural next step was to take matters into my own hands and try to fix the game. I can't remove the gambling and I can't make Mario Kart ride and fun. The only thing that I can realistically fix is the balance between Shroom City's quests and the minigames. Right now, it's leaning way too far in favor of the minigames. So I increased the amount of mushrooms the player starts with from 3 to 15 and made it so that the minigames happen every 10 turns and pay out 10 mushrooms each instead of 3. And just from tweaking those numbers, the minigames went from being genuinely oppressive to manageable. It was like I feel like more of a fun distraction since they're paced out so much more reasonable, and that change in the pacing saved an entire hour in my run with seemingly no compromise. I was so happy with the facelift that I gave the game a fancy new title screen, and I put the patch up for download at planetclue.com/carnival. All you gotta do is apply it to a USA copy of Mario Party Advance, and you're good to go. I can't go too much into detail on the topic of modding Nintendo games or they'll take my video down, so let's get to the conclusion. Whether it's because the game was just too frustrating on the surface level, it didn't meet people's expectations, or because the bad reviews scared people off from the get-go, this bizarre, quirky little RPG was never given a fair chance. The game that's buried beneath the flaws and the politics is an avant-garde masterpiece. It's up there with the best of Nintendo's experimental era, and it is just as irreplaceable as Animal Crossing, Chibi-Robo, and Luigi's Mansion. I know it sounds weird for me to call this game a masterpiece after brutally criticizing it, but let me be crystal clear. The main course of the game, the character dialogue, is the masterpiece. That is the thing you should play this game for. The people that went into it thinking it was a party game and creating their judgments based on the quality of the minigames were doomed to have a bad time from the start. But everyone out there that's watching this right now and retrospectively going into it knowing that it's an RPG, I hope your expectations are better aligned to see how brilliant this game truly is. Thank you so much for watching. I released Mario's Carnival Quest like 3 months ago, and the people on my Patreon have had it since then, so go to patreon.com/clue if you want to see what I'm working on and get early access to cool stuff. Goodbye, Space Cadets. I will see you next month.
Class teacher. 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 Class teacher.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I think so. The fuck is that? Oh my. Yo, what you think about this one? You ready? Okay. You like that? Yeah, thank you. I remember this one. Guess what it is? Guess what it is? I know you can't. It's like from GD. Alright, you ready? Bye, what I made you do. Okay. Oops.
Pass out. If I am fortunate enough to wake up without a smashed bottle of Mexican Coke by my side,
you отсюда, блин. Коза ебаная, блин. Сопли.
Yo, check Discord. Вау.
Черная дыра. Там комфорт-спот.
Вау.
Черная дыра. Там комфорт-спот.
Tenía nada. Pero ya he hecho
Fíjate la mosca. Ahí se compra todo eso.
Hi. No, what? What? Huh? Uh-huh. Yeah. I do. Yo, check my screen share. I've got some more projects. Oh my god, so old. What the fuck? Oh. No, what? So old. Yeah. What you mean? How? Wait. The ring. I need the ring. Oh, okay. You wanna continue? Oh wait. Wait. That. What did I make?
It looks like you pirated Nickelodeon. It's a serious crime to copy TV channel according to the copyright law. For more information, visit www.nickelodeon.com.
No, you don't. Hello? Listen to that. Oh, you won that? My God. First. What? What? Why? Okay. Well, about this one.
Ready for takeoff.
Wine? Because I'm about to wash it down with your teeth.
Ready for takeoff. It looks like you pirated Nickelodeon. It's a serious crime to copy TV channel according to the copyright law. For more information, please visit www.nickelodeon.com. Turn off your TV. You? Yes, you. I thought you could turn off your TV, and you didn't. Please, turn off your TV right now, or else you don't like it. Okay, you are starting to piss me off. I thought you would listen to me. About to turn your TV on. Please, for the love of God, turn off your TV right now.
Keep blowing.
Ready for takeoff.
That's a lot of numbers. Get it down. Number one is best.
Chicken. We'd like to take a moment to announce all our food keep. Chicken. We'd like to take a moment to announce all our food.
Watch out!
Oop.
What's going on? Is the house on fire? What's going on? Is the house on fire again? What? What do you mean you don't think so?
Walking from the dog, small, and mama cooked up the breakfast.
food.
Вот так вот, вот.
Amiga.